Hello and welcome to the first final of these World Orienteering Championships 2025. We are live from Kuopio in Finland, where we're going to crown two new world champions. It's going to be a very exciting couple of sets of races over this forest that you can see here, and the atmosphere has been building all afternoon. Loads of spectators here in the arena. A lot of them have been competing in their own races this morning and now getting ready to welcome the athletes as they finish their course here on this kind of football pitch, right on the edge of the forest as well. And you can tell they've been giving out Finnish flags as people entered the arena as well. Lots and lots of atmosphere building. All of the athletes, they've already had to come through qualifying to make it to the top 60 to be here on this middle distance final. That was top 15 in each heat, and then the best athlete from each country if you didn't get into those top 15. So we've already have quite a few men out there in the forest competing, making their way around the course. You may have already seen the GPS tracking available and on that. But we'll be focusing on those last starters, the ones who have qualified best from yesterday's tricky little qualifier that we had about 50 kilometres north of here in Tarko, but now we're down in Kuopio where the main kind of sets of races are, and it's lakeland terrain here in very central Finland. These bigger hills are often used for quite a lot of skiing, and the town and the lakes as well. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous setting, and yeah, we're about to have the two new world champions, and I think, Jonas, it's going to be a super fast, super exciting race.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be quite fast as well. We're going to see it and take a look at the maps. It's kind of hard. There are different parts of the maps, different areas with different runnability and also a bit of visibility, and hard to see on the map. I think that's going to be the main task today. It's going to be all about the execution. Here we have the map, and you have to adapt to the fact that visibility is not the same at every place. You have to do it quickly. Starts quite straightforward. First and second control shouldn't be any problems. You have to get used to the mapping style, which is a bit more generalized than it usually is. After control 3, this is quite continental. 4 or 5. The vegetation there, the green bits, they're very clear, so you can actually use that for navigation, which is a bit special in Scandinavia. 5, 6, then a longer leg into this tricky area, and here you have to adapt. The visibility gets a bit lower. It gets a bit more, it's much more detailed here. You have to just switch in your head to do this kind of shift in navigation. At control 11, the first TV control, so quite late in the race, we're going to see them for the first time. The second long leg here to 12, this is basically transportation. You can go to the left, or then you run an S shape in the middle. I don't think this is going to be a tricky one, but you have to push really hard on this one. Control 14, then second TV control. Generally, this last loop here much easier because the forest is more open, runnability is better, especially 15, 16 looks a bit tricky because it's in the slope, but visibility and runnability there is really good. So I would summarize it 3 sections where you have to adapt in between. Once you have done it, this one here probably the most tricky part, around between 6 and 10. Once you have adapted to this different kind of orienteering, they have been preparing for this. It's not a surprise that it is like this. They are aware of the fact that it is more generalized than it usually is because they know the mappers. They've been running on the maps from them at the World Cup final last year. So I guess that's, that we're going to see tight races. You can see it here. Visibility, when you run it, you get the feeling that visibility is good. Here it is actually good as well. But sometimes you feel, but it's good. You can see quite far, but you can only see far in certain places. And often you have young trees that block the view that you actually would need in order to see the contours ahead. So it's a bit tricky. Even though you get the feeling that visibility is good, it's not always so that you can reel all the contours around you. Here you can see it's a lot of stones, it's different, you get closer to, and this is what I'm talking about here. Visibility isn't very good. You don't see far ahead of yourself. You have to be distinct in navigation. I don't think you would do big mistakes here, or that the very best runners will do big mistakes, but even if you do 20-25 seconds today, that could be the difference between a top 3 or, let's say a top 10 only.
It's going to be very close. And then this is a classic overall round kind of control.
Yeah, I mean, this one is, I don't think it's, many of the runners will do something between the 2 blue ones. You don't have to do exactly what they have been printing here, but somewhere a bit more to the left, because otherwise you do a lot of climbing directly in the beginning, and the controls itself is actually not too difficult because you have the path behind. You can see here, it's an area that I'm quite sure that they had some fire there because there's no vegetation just after the control. Then you can see here it's quite wet in the forest. It's very classical forest close to a city in Scandinavia. So it's a bit greener than just out in nature when you're a bit further away from the cities, but it's still, you called it enjoyable in many places. I don't know if I agree so much. It's still, it's quite rocky.
I had a great time when I pre-ran it, but I wasn't racing, so that's probably the difference.
I didn't either, but it's still quite rocky. You have to keep coordination while running and do the navigation at the same time. You don't get this super flow and never get the feeling that now I'm running at 100%.
So this is the start list. It is based on the results from yesterday's qualification. So the heat winners, they go last. We have a few people starting quite early. We've actually just missed number 27, Mika Kirmula, starting very, very early. One of those running on home soil, and Thomas Krivda, also number 37. So watch out for those two to make, I think, very, very fast times early on.
And I mean, then we have Gustav Bergman with 40, Max Peter Bergman with 42. Max Peter Bergman who won the last World Cup race in Middle Eastern, so quite early as well. So that just shows that, even in the qualification, that wasn't so very difficult. Runners did mistakes there as well. So it's not just running through it without anything in your way to the medal.
And is this the most open race of the championships?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you that question.
Yeah, you do.
I should have given you some heads up. I think it's the most open race.
The long distance, the big favorites, which we have with Fosser and Alexandersson, they are allowed. They can do mistakes and still win it. Today, I don't.
I mean, the men's middle distance is the most open.
Oh yeah. But I mean, generally, if you look in the whole championships, I would say it is like this. Yeah. So probably yes. Yeah.
So we will take a little look at the start here, and we'll pick up with Luis Nogueira from Spain. I think we should mention who are the favourites. Who you kind of mentioned who the early starters there, but there's loads of guys we want to count in here for the favourites, right?
I mean, the big favourite is Kasper Fosser. For me, he has been very good in Idre. He has proven that his physical shape is on point. So for me, he's the big favorite. But then, of course, we have the world champion, Matthias Kiburtz. The Finns have been preparing. We didn't see them in Idre. Hard to say how good they are now, how the shape is, but it will be interesting to follow them. I would throw in Anton Johansson. He's very good in this technical kind of orienteering. Max Peter Bergman had such a good shape 2 weeks ago. So if he is able to run it at the same level today, then he's definitely one of the favorites. But there are many good names out there, and as I said, it's gonna be, I expect it to be a tight race, so there are many of the runners that can do good in such a race here.
So this is our first TV control. It's number 11 for the men. That was Johan Langerak just going through there into third place. Great to see him qualify automatically for this final. 14th in Heat 1 he was. Those are the standings then at Control 11. That is our first TV control. And Tim Robertson from New Zealand, our current leader, he just snuck into the qualification. He was 15th. Known more as a sprinter, but wants to try try and obviously perform well in the forest.
Yeah,
as
and actually
well.
he wouldn't have gone in by this country
No.
selection because we had a very good run in the qualification by Sifa Fawe.
Yes.
you tried to teach me the
Fawe, I
name
think,
Fawe.
yeah.
21-year-old from New Zealand, and I mean,
Yeah, he's like the sixth.
he's
to
among the last
starter.
starters.
Yeah, he is. Let's take a look then at the start. This is Jonas Hubacek from Czechia getting ready. You can see he's got his compass laid out flat there. And there's a little bit of a run into the control itself. This is the second TV control. So our first look at the second TV control. This is control 14 then for the men. And we're looking for Salita of Latvia. You can see it's a little bit darker here in the forest.
Yeah, but you can also see that visibility here is much better compared to what we have seen in the preview in this area between 6 and 11. So this one here is quite straightforward. Well, if it's so open, I don't think they will struggle with anything here.
Yeah, so Salita taking the new lead there, a minute ahead of Algirdas Barkovicius, who is our leader at the finish, 43.24, our current leading time there. And actually this is quite a nice control to get into there because it's, yeah, nice little bit of contouring round. Let's have a look.
Here we have Kirmula compared to Robertson. Actually, I'm a bit surprised because Robertson is not that far behind, even though he did a small mistake there between 4 and 5. There would be the possibility between 3 and 4 that you run out on the contour and then get it from the right. I think it's good to go straight, though the control is not very, very difficult.
So this is control number 14 again. We're waiting for Tim Robertson then. And is he going to approach his control a little bit further down than the others? Yep, contouring around quite nicely. As you approach his control, you can see this camera point here, just a little bit higher up above the control, so it's fairly straightforward. Robertson doing well, is going to climb then up the slope, ready for the next control. Climbing, and it's over the other side of the hill, but you can see, looking closely at his map, a lot here.
You would actually also have the possibility to round the hill a little bit. You don't have to go totally straight here. Might see that later on the GPS. This is Mattia De Bertolis from Italy. Yeah, the
28-year-old just making his last few seconds of preparation. I always love to see how different people's kind of stances are with this advertising behind you. You're going to have your first chance to see the map for this race you've been preparing like possibly 2 years for as well. Some athletes very, very nervous. Some trying to hype themselves up, some just trying to keep calm. And there's quite a run out to the actual start points. So they run out kind of from this kind of meadow section and then rounding the hill to the actual start point. And it's as a short section of kind of tapes before they actually get to the start control. Okay, let's take a look. So we're live with Mika Kirmula from Finland.
And from the part when they cross the smaller path, so the second path here on this leg, then it changes really much. Just out from control 5, this first half is still, visibility is very good. You can almost see from the path just after the control to this hill in the middle. But then once you're in the section where they are now, visibility is lower, but you can see you have the contours, they are clear. You get just this small path here before the control, so the distance should be quite clear how far to go. Up here in this section on this little terrace, it's very open, and once you go down from there, it's a bit more close, like the trees and visibility get a bit lower here.
But you can take that small hill with the crag, you can take a few different, take those 2 small hills on the top before you kind of drop down. Marius Trana-Erdem next to start in Denmark. Was part of the team a couple of years ago as well in Switzerland. And he ready to begin his course. Just in those last seconds as we count down. Okay, back into the forest. This is control number 11. Waiting for Daniel Pampora from Slovakia. Should be approaching the control. This is, you kind of climb up out of the previous control. Head towards this point. Of course, it's kind of hidden for you behind the rock from the direction you're approaching. But you can see he is over 2.5 minutes down on Tim Robertson at the moment. Has caught up 2 minutes on Hiroki Komaki. Great to see the Japanese athlete qualified by being in that top 15 as well. He was 14th in Heat 2. So great achievement from the athlete from Japan to make it through to this final automatically. Okay, so Kirmula successfully through number 7.
It was a bit far to the left. I mean, it's a small mistake. It's maybe just a bit of hesitation, but it just shows you that visibility can't be so very good because he's not really hitting the control right, even though he's very, very close to it.
Okay, waiting now here for Ferencz of Hungary. And he's already 2 minutes behind that time of Tim Robertson. In fact, yep, we are in the second TV point. So going to go into second place at that point, but Tim Robertson's gap is pretty significant at this early stage in this race. We've got about 33 minutes winning time though. So still lots of room for athletes to go quicker. And as we know, Mika Kirmula going quicker than Tim Robertson out in the field. Here's Tim. Following behind him to the third split control, so that's control number 17. And here we get a chance to kind of follow the athlete and see what it's actually like in the terrain behind one of the top athletes.
He's just taking the exit from control 16 over the hill now. We'll have to drop down into kind of a valley here, which is, you can see a few marshes there, or a marsh there to the right. Then climbing up on the other side and then drop down to the control again.
Yes, yeah, so he's taking a fairly straight route choice here, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one if you get tired towards the end, but technically it's not very, very difficult. I think we'll be waiting for Tim Robertson for a while at this control.
Yeah, because he still has to climb up out of that valley, go along the top and then drop down into a bit.
Till he should be here.
Yeah, so he did have a 3-minute 1 second lead ahead of Matis Salita from Latvia. So actually he's going to have lost a little bit of time in that section.
Yeah, you can see here as well, he's losing compared to Kirmula in this very technical section, even though they're very similar in the execution. But you can see that Kirmula obviously is quicker in executing and doing the job here in this very finished terrain.
Yeah, well, and this is where that home advantage, but also that really strong technical skill is going to come into play. It's at places like this, basically.
Yeah, of course. And even here, I mean, this is also the place where when you have this special mapping style, it's hitting you the hardest, because here you have the most details and also the most generalization. So here it's an advantage that you often run on maps from those mappers and that you have home soil.
Yeah, because you've been explaining to me beforehand, it is a very generalized view and maybe some details are not put there. There's Tim Robertson, so in the lead still, but he's lost a little bit of time in that middle section between controls 14 and 17. So 2 minutes in the lead now, and it's really not long now until we'll see him at the finish as well. But yeah, the map's very generalized, maybe not as much detail as others or other mapping styles.
The thing is, I mean, it doesn't really matter when you come to the contours or to the cracks. That's, I think, then it's a good thing. Here we have Mika Kirmula on the way
to number 11.
Yeah, to the first TV control. So it doesn't matter. It makes you even quicker. So the generalization in many parts, as long as you're in the driver's seat and you have control over the map, it definitely makes you quicker because you don't have to read anything. Once you switch from running proactively to kind of checking off things you see in the terrain because you're uncertain, it makes it much more difficult, because then you have to add the layer of asking yourself, is this really mapped or not? Is this stone big enough to be mapped or not? So it makes it a bit more difficult to relocate. As long as you're having control, it makes you quicker, definitely.
So Kirmula is on his way to the 10th control, then before we get the time at the 11th. You can see here on this like flatter section, we should be near the finish very, very soon. This is Bikir Ayan from Turkey.
But we're waiting for Tim Robertson.
We are indeed. We're waiting for Tim Robertson because he should be coming here to set the new fastest time at the finish.
And actually a really, really good race technically from Tim Robertson here. Lost maybe a bit here on the last part, not sure.
Yeah, because he was about 3 minutes quicker than Salita, so lost a minute in the end, but it's still good enough for a new leading time here. Tim crosses the line, takes the lead, 39 minutes and 50 seconds. So in the lead at the moment. Hopefully he'll be happy with that, but he won't be on the leader's chair, I think, for too long, because Mika Kirmula is closing, and you can see here making his way, picking his way through. This is the control. And he's going to be in the lead by 1 minute 24. Mika Kirmula in the lead. He actually won the long distance. So the World Cup, last round of the World Cup last year was held in Kuopio as well, in different forests, similar terrain though. He won that long distance. So, you know, historically better at those long distance. And in fact, the last 3 World Champs middle distance races, he's been 7th every single time. So he's had 3 7ths in a row. I'm sure he would desperately like to improve on that. And I'm sure Kirmula has a target of having, oh, that's quite interesting,
so
16.
I think that's where he lost this minute. He dropped too low. I'm a bit surprised because it's quite good runnability there. And what you have to do is you have to keep height. Usually it's harder to keep height when it's very stony or if it's bushy on the way, but here I experienced it to be quite straightforward, plus this terrace just before the control is very clear, so I'm a bit surprised that he dropped so much.
Yes, so yeah, I think that must be where he's lost that time. I think we're going to hopefully be able to hear from him and we'll ask him a little bit about that one as well. But Mika Kirmula, as you can see, has gone into the lead then at control number 11, and already here quite big gaps at this point. It won't stay that way, will it?
No, but I mean, I'm not so surprised. I mean, we have these 15 runners that basically came in due to this country quota or whatever you want to call it, and they are gonna lose in this very technical terrain, of course, because it's hard for them to read all the details and be quick. So.
Okay, let's hear then from Tim Robertson, who just come into new leads. Tim, how was your race?
It was really fun out there. Had a bit of a scrappy one yesterday and felt bad physically, but today was a turnaround from that. So no, I'm quite pleased. Small mistake at the end, but pretty happy with my run.
Tim, we have been talking a lot about kind of the different parts of the race and also about the generalization of the map. And when I was out, I experienced especially the middle section that might be the trickiest one. How did you experience it?
Yeah, I think so. We had a loop there. The controls were quite tricky, quite tucked away in the bottom of cliffs or in these small re-entrants, so it was quite tricky there. You had to navigate all the way to the control. It was quite easy to get into the control circle, but taking the control was quite tricky there, so I think that will be where the race is won today.
Why do you think you had a better performance today compared to yesterday?
I had a bad start yesterday. I missed the first control. I was just to the right of it, and that knocked my confidence a bit. I took it really easy on the 3 controls after that, and it was hard to get back into it once we got over to the faster part of the course. So today I was a bit more switched on from the start, got the first control well, and I think that's one of the big reasons.
You were talking in your podcast about trying to aim for a personal best in the middle distance. Do you think you're on for it?
Yeah, I've never managed to string together a good middle distance run at WOC, and I've got a lot closer to that goal today, so I hope that it's enough for a PB for me today.
Good luck. Thanks for chatting, Tim.
Thanks.
All right, we will head back into the forest then as we're waiting for Daniel Pampora. I was listening to the Orienteer pod, so shout out to the Orienteer pod who were doing the little preview of the World Championships, and Tim saying he was after a personal best in the middle. As we see the Slovakian here, Pampora into this second TV control, number 14, and into second place.
What is the personal best in the middle then?
Oh, I think it's like it's around 30th. Let me find out. I'm pretty sure I have it written down here somewhere. He was 20. Oh no, that's a long distance. He was 30th in WOC 2018, which I think was his best result. So he's got to be in the top 30, basically.
Yeah.
This is Simon Harden going into 3rd place at Control 11. British Swede, grown up in Sweden, running for Britain now. Runs in the UK for a club in South London. And made a really good start here. Let's have a check, though. We're live then with Jens Hubacek from Czechia. And we can compare his routes then to that of Mika Kirmula. So taking it a little bit higher up in that slope on the way to number 6.
And I think the gap around a minute here is very solid. You can see good execution. Maybe a bit there between 3 and 4 that Kirmula stayed a bit long on the path. I think it's good to head up there earlier as Hubacek did. But yeah, I mean, this is a time loss of about 5 to 7 seconds, so might not be the most decisive moment in this course. This is Gustav Bergman.
Yeah, about to get his race underway.
He's still chasing an individual world championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. He won the World Champs silver medal in the middle in 2019 and in 2021. But yeah, still hasn't got that elusive win. Has won World Cup rounds in the past, including in fact 2 in Finland. That's trying to remember when that was. That was back in 2019. But obviously not the best qualifier for him.
But this could suit him quite well, I think. It's technical. I mean, it's many details on the map. He usually is. I mean, he's a very good technical runner. He's also quite good when it's a bit rough or when you have to balance on the stones and stuff like that. So I think, could suit him quite well.
Yeah, it's a good straight is great approach as well, and I think that could suit him well here too. This is Johan Langerak from the Netherlands. Great to see the Netherlands have quite a decently sized team here at this World Championships, and into 4th place there. Really strong from the Dutch athletes. Of course, so many times you've been used to seeing, Yves van Dongen being by far the best athlete from the Netherlands, and very little representation on the men's side of things. So good to see him there. Oh, and this is interesting.
Yeah,
this is very interesting. So this is a comparison just, I think, of this leg, and Robertson was slower.
You could even execute it in the first bit. You could even go a bit more straight around the hill to the right, almost the same as Robertson did, but then go on this left route choice. Could be even a bit closer, or might be even a bit quicker, but I mean, looks very good. Of course, control from there, very easy. You get a lot of time to push on the path. Sometimes it's good on a section, on the middle distance, you get a bit of time and you can just focus on running really quick. Very good. A bit unexpected that the gap is so big. Actually, the course planner, they said that they think that left is a good option, but they didn't mention that it's by this much.
Contenders, we just saw there at the start, 5th in the middle distance in Idrefjell in the last World Cup round. Great French representation there. So we'll see what he is able to do. And we were waiting now for Mika Kirmula then at this second TV control. So we know he gained 42 seconds on Tim Robertson on that long leg, that kind of transportation leg, route choice leg, and here he is.
Yeah, very good now with this route choice to control 12, puts him into a very good position to set a good mark here in the beginning of the race. And we know, I mean, Tim Robertson, he lost a minute as well.
And now he's going to go round the hill here on this next control. So we saw Tim Robertson kind of turning up and going left in terms of our view from the camera position. He went up the hill in the other direction to Kirmula. Okay, looking good for Mika Kirmula, but we're gonna have a long wait to see actually really how good that result is and whether any of the later starters are able to do any better. This is a mistake then from Bojan Blumenstein here because he should not be approaching the control from that direction. He overshot that one completely, but into 5th place there, 3 minutes down on Kirmula. Yeah, that was... he just stayed too low in the slope. Didn't have good direction. Really didn't have good direction leaving the control, I think. Okay, let's go to Max Petter Bejma now, the winner of that World Cup race in Idrefjell. And I mean, he was 6th in the long distance as well, with making a big mistake. So we know his speed has been really, really good. But winning in Idre does not mean you're going to win in Kuopio.
No, and the thing that concerns me a little bit is that in both races he did quite a big mistake. His physical shape is really good. If he can keep the technique under control today, he is one of the biggest favorites. But he has to prove that he can set the race without a mistake.
And I think sometimes when you get a little bit quicker suddenly, if you're not used to it, then your orienteering doesn't match. That's often when you can have difficulties.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, he has been at a very good level before. So, yeah, for me it's more, I mean, he has proven that he can be very quick on the big parts of the course, but to get it through the whole course, that's the thing he has to show us today. Here we have the comparison between Leland and Kirmula.
A lot more direct Leland to control number 4.
Yeah. You can also see between 2 and 3, you can see that Kirmula kind of looking for the features. So first taking the re-entrant, then the marsh, then rounding the hill, then going to the next hill after cliff down.
It's very
and you
distinct.
could see that Leland is more going direction without checking off all the features on the way.
It's great what we can get just from that GPS tracking. Jonas Hubacek.
What we can guess.
Well, we can guess. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so, oh no, this is not Hubacek. Here he is, behind here. And him approaching this 11th control. So he's caught Luis Nogueira by the 2 minutes then. It's 2 minute start interval today. And into 2nd place. So ahead of Robertson as well, who's still our leader in the finish. And a little train of runners there, all together. This is Jürgen Backlid next to start. See there outside the top 30 at the European Championships, but got a lot of potential. Keeping these very short strides. There's quite a little run outs along the tapes to get to the actual start point itself. Let's take a look at Mika Kirmula and his route. You can see there 14 to 15 how he's rounded that hill. He's tried to avoid too much climb. And now you can see going straight to 17. 17 is where we have the 3rd TV control, so we should be able to see him there before we see him at the finish. And Kirmula, like almost all of the Finnish team for the World Championships, they were selected before the World Cup, the last round of the World Cup in Sweden. So apart from Ida Happala, they didn't go to Sweden. They decided to stay in Finland. They didn't want to make that. A lot of them, the athletes, had to make the very speedy travels from Jukkola in Finland to Sweden for the World Cup, then back to Finland again for their pre-World Champions preparations. And almost all the Finnish team were like, nope, we're going to cut down on the travelling. We're just going to stay in Finland. We're going to trust our own process. So we don't know really kind of what their shape is and how they've compared to some of the other athletes in that World Cup environment as well.
No, I mean, we got an indication at the test races and the comparison to the others, but then, yeah, the last weeks, the last month, we didn't really see them. They focus on these World Championships, which I think is quite understandable. So, yeah, let's see if it pays off today.
Yep, Jonas Ecker about to start his run there in the picture. This is Mika Kirmula, and we can see there he's gone through 4 minutes quicker than Tim Robertson. That was the 17th control, so he drops down and then will climb back up again to this arena. and the arena's going to go wild when they see their man into the finish here. Loads and loads of finish flags getting ready to be waved here at the arena. You can see they're dropping straight down to that out of bounds area. These are all like kind of special environmental protection habitat areas, basically. And they are taped, as you can see, in the terrain. So following that round and then climbing back up the hill towards the sports pitch. He's going to be here very, very soon. The Mika Kirmula fan club, they got here really early. Loads of people with their specially printed tops. But you can see lots of home support here. Oh, that's a strange route choice from the Japanese athlete, but we're looking into the forest now for Mika Kirmula. He's going to set a new fastest time here, but he didn't have a good qualifier. He made mistakes and controls 1 and 6 in the qualifier, so he's going to have a long wait to see how this run is going to pan out, where he's going to be on the results. Oh, goodness me, it's going to be quite interesting to see how it's going to be compared to the others. The noise in the arena lifts as Mika Kirmula, the first Finn to finish here at the first final of the World Championships. He's going to set a new fastest time here at the arena by a big margin, 4.5 minutes, crosses the line. Will it be enough? Will it be enough? 35 minutes and 24 seconds. Who knows? Who knows? It's getting close to our expected winning time, but I don't know. I don't know. There's lots and lots of good athletes still to go. He will have a target of a medal. I'm sure of it. He will want a medal, but he'll have to wait and see now. Great support then at the finish for the home athletes. Ruslan Glibov next to start, the Ukrainian. He took bronze in the middle distance in 2021. He was 14th in those both World Cup races in Kuopio at the end of last season, which were very, very close to here. So similar terrain, begins his campaign. This is Marius Trana-Erden here, punching at that control. Gone into 4th place, so good start from the Dane. There's the Danish crowd, and I mean, just to get round the race in no problems means he'll have a better result than he did 2 years ago, where he really had medical problems in Switzerland. Let's have a look then, because here's some 2 very fast Swedes.
I mean, it's not really the different route choices here that are interesting. It's more the fact that they're quite similar. When it comes to the speed in the beginning, you can see quite similar execution to the 3rd control. Now this here, it looks a bit diffuse. You don't have so many features, but actually just right to where Max Peter Beimer is at the moment, you get this green area, and this one is very much visible. So this control is easier than it looks like, in my opinion, on the map. Here we have Daniel Hopman. I think it is his 60th race at the World Championships today.
It's certainly his 20th World Championships. His first was in 2004. There's multiple athletes running here who weren't even born then. 42-year-old. He's still put together some great performances in Ija. He was in the top 20 in both races there. He's got 9 World Champs golds. He won the World Cup overall 6 times. This man has stats everywhere surrounding him, and normally he posts quite a good one as well. So let's have a look then at this little graphic of the race progress. This is people who finished so far. You can see Mika Kirmula just quick throughout, although actually maybe Robertson having a slightly quicker start than at the finish, but that's where we see Saulita make a mistake just before that first TV control. Great, we can see the race progress as the athletes go round. We can analyse their splits for you before the broadcast is over. Here's Bojan Blumenstein, again from Germany. This is the second TV split. This is control number 14 on this kind of crag. It's in fact, the control description is Northern Spur Foot. And then climbs back up again, takes the Tim Robertson route of possibly going all the way over the hill. We'll see. And he could still round the hill from here. But there is the German into fifth at the moment. Mika Kirmula, a reminder, our current leader. So behind Thomas Krivda, another one of those I thought was starting quite early. He did make a mistake to number 1 in the qualifying, and he's such a class act, is Thomas Krivda. He's got a fourth place, was fourth place in the World Championships in the long distance last year. No, 2 years ago, sorry, 2023, and was fourth in the European Championships last year. That was the one held in Hungary. So some big forest credentials for Thomas Krivda. And, you know, for those athletes who really love the forest, they'll have been spending, you know, months out in terrain or, you know, going on training camps in relevant terrain in Finland. They'll be very, very well prepared. So we're following him then towards control number 10. You can see he is behind that time of Kirmula already. He has to drop into control 10, then climb back up again to control 11 when we get the split. So we wait here for the splits. Can see Matt Doyle's just punched that control in the yellow of Australia. Waiting for Thomas Krivda now. Will he go into second place, or will it be behind his teammate, Jonas Hubacek? You can see, again, there's quite a few athletes, I think, making that choice to approach the control from kind of more from the south. But yes, into second place then, Thomas Krivda at the moment. Simon Harden then into the finish here for Great Britain. He's going to be going into third place then here, just behind Tim Robertson. So Simon Harden into the top 3 at the moment, 4:30 down. So you see him at the finish. Okay, and we can hear from our new current leader at the finish, Mika Kirmula. Mika, looked really good for you on the GPS tracking, but we know that only tells part of the story. How was your race?
Yeah, I think it was from the beginning were very, very shaky, and I think looking at the GPS, you can't see everything. I was running with Henseler, and I think he was running maybe a bit slower, but always passing me when I was making these small mistakes and running to the wrong directions. It's quite hard, even it seems pretty easy on the map. The visibility isn't so good all the time.
Is that what makes it so tricky, the visibility then? What made it difficult? Why were you making those mistakes?
Yeah, I think for me it's the visibility. You think you see some of the futures you're looking for, and they might be on the futures that you can see, but there are some trees on the that you are waiting to see. And then of course the ground is quite stony and hard runnability, so it's out from the map reading and concentrating more on the running, so it's quite hard.
What was it like to arrive in this arena and see so many Finnish flags and so much support for you here?
Yeah, it was great, and I think it's now when the start was out from the arena, it was a surprise that there was this kind of crowd in the arena, and you could hear it just down the valley. I think it was quite amazing.
Yeah, they were building up to your arrival into the arena here as well. And now I guess you will have some nervous times. Will you be watching the results very closely?
No, I think I will drive straight away to the accommodation and try to recover for tomorrow. I think it's, like I said in the Finnish interview, maybe 15 to 20 the placing in the end, so not waiting for a top result, but it was an okay middle for me at least.
And what will you do now ahead of tomorrow's long distance race?
Probably go to get some rest and maybe watch the women's race afterwards.
Yeah, enjoy.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mika.
Thanks.
Okay, Mika Kirmula there. That was a surprise for me, Jonas, to hear how down he was about his race.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that it can feel shaky here because it's so. That's what I mentioned. It's hard to get a flow, and it's hard to get. Also mentioned that runnability isn't very good. We were kind of disagreeing on that after our pre-running. I was more on Kirmula's side. I found it difficult to get a good flow here as well.
I mean, I just found it fun being out in Scandinavian terrain as a Brit, so maybe that's the difference. Anyway.
So I think that's what he experienced. I still think his race is good, but I can agree that it will probably be difficult to get a medal.
Yeah, well, he doesn't think he's got one. He's going back to the accommodation. I mean, that shows you exactly what he thinks of it. But we're following Gustav Bergman then here in towards control number 10 and then number 11. There are a few little small kind of tracks that you can pick out. And yeah, we'll manage to get a chance to see how well he is doing, how well he compares to Mika Kirmula. It looked good when we saw the GPS tracking on the way to control number 4. Drops down there. Throws himself down there. That is control number 10 on the boulder. Yeah. And then deciding, yeah, you don't want to climb straight back up there. So the going round, and then we'll catch him up here and we'll see.
We could see that Kirmula was very disappointed with his start and said that he didn't get into the race in a good way. But he's actually, if not ahead, then not far behind Gustav Bergman at this point.
So I think, yeah, we can see. When's he going to come to this control? Just watching him now. It's very, very close that time of Kirmula, but the Finnish crowd here will be pleased to know that Kirmula is still in the lead here. Taking the punch. 3 seconds then between those top two. And Gustav Bergman just keeping moving then here through the terrain on this longer leg here. Let's have a look at...
small mistake there at 5. I've seen that there are more runners that struggled there, so more tricky than I thought it would be. Good here to this one. Good start in the loop. We can see that Bergman a bit better here to control 8.
Yeah, he lost time to 6, but gained that up at control 8 again, and then it's still together here.
And I mean, yeah, they're running a bit differently. It's hard to get the fastest kind of track between the controls at like every time here.
So Bojan Blumenstein coming into the finish here. This will be 5th place then. And in fact, his teammate Olle Hensler is in 2nd currently. So his time, 41 minutes and 10 seconds then at the finish for the German. Thumbs up, great to see. So quite a few checks out on the course now, I think including Daniel Bolohovsky. Of course, racing at the Junior World Championships, couple of juniors in this Czech team. And it's Erik Langerdahl Breivik next to start, the European champion. He won the World Cup final as well in Kuopio, very close to here at the end of last season. Not very good races in Idre though. What are his chances, do we reckon? It's hard to tell.
But I mean, still one of the big favorites for today. You said it, in the end of last season, he was so good in the middle distance, winning the European champs and then the World Cup final as well. I think he is definitely what's needed in order to win a race like this. And then, of course, we mentioned it before, we have 5, 6, 7, 8 runners that have that. He's one of them, so he has a good chance here to get a medal at least.
Jonas Hubacek trying to get into the top 2 here. He's going to make it into 2nd place then. And 3 minutes and 12 seconds slower than Kirmula. His time is 38 minutes and 36 seconds. pushing it all the way across the line. Thomas Krivda and Daniel Bolohovsky also on the terrain there.
This is Anton Johansson on the way at
his way to 10. This says it's Max Petter-Bejma, which I think it must be.
Exactly.
Yes.
Anton Johansson is on the way to 3. We don't see the runners there. So Max Petter-Bejma.
I was just checking my notes on Max Petter-Bejma. It's actually his first Forest World Championships.
Yeah.
Racing the sprints before, but not in the forest.
Here we have kind of the confirmation that it is definitely much better to go to the left. So, I mean, if no one else is going to go to the left there, then I think Kirmula should stay in the arena, because to win 40 seconds on one leg, there are not many legs here you can win 40 seconds at. So I think then he has a chance again, even though his feeling is not very good, to be in the fight for a top 3. We have Max Petter-Bejma here going into the lead, but that's just before this long leg.
The long leg, yeah,
if we say
that coming up next.
Potentially 40 seconds, then he would still be up there.
But he's, super quick. We know that from his results in the World Cup just 2 weeks ago. Very, very fast. This is Krivda, and yet now ahead of Hubacek. So good second section here. Be good to see his route choice then from 11 to 12 on that long route choice leg. This is Leland. And he, I think, is also on his way to the 10th control. Yes, he started 2 minutes behind Thomas Krivda, actually, so he's on his way to the 14th control. That is the 13th in the re-entrance. And now you just kind of contour around the hill to get to the 14th control, which is where we will get the time split. Just have to be really good on your compass here. Make sure you're not climbing or dropping too much distance. And we'll see him approaching very soon. Here he comes. Lucas Leland from Norway.
And actually I can tell you that Gustav Bergman is also going on this left route to control 12. So that's going to be interesting, but Leland here into second, still quite a solid race. I've just been scrolling through his GPS. That looks good as well in execution, so I think that Kirmula may be a bit misled by his feeling that he didn't really find that flow that he wanted to have at his World Championships, but usually I mean, you're building up a shape and you're trying to get in the best possible shape, and you get a kind of the feeling that or the expectation that that's the same as a good flow, but it isn't. It's just suffering on a higher level.
Yes, and there's going to be lots of suffering on on many levels on this course as well. Janis Bonek starts here for Austria. He is the defending bronze medalist from 2 years ago in Switzerland. He wasn't in Idre, is not quite sure about his current form. So let's see how he goes then through the forest here. Definitely a forest specialist. Okay, waiting for Jürgen Backlid then to split control number 1. This is control number 11 on the boulder here. And we can watch as his time comes by. Remember, Max Petter-Bejma, our new leader here, but Mika Kirmula, our leader in the finish line. And Backlid, just waiting for him now.
Actually, he did a small mistake at 4 and not the best direction to 5. So I think his race, except for those control, must have been very good. Now rounding the control here at the stone.
And seconds matter.
Yeah. And I mean, he lost definitely around 25 seconds to 4 and 5, so somewhere there has quite a good speed.
Yeah, looks kind of, aside from going the long way around the boulder, looked very, very quick, speedy out of the control as well.
Very soon we should get Gustav Bergman to control 14. He's on the way to 13 now. As I mentioned, he went around there between 11, 12 too.
Marius Trana Erdem finishing now. Going to be outside the top 3. But great work for the Dane here. Going to cross the line into 4th place. 4 minutes 18 behind. So his time 39 minutes and 42. So at the start now, Eetu Savalainen from Finland.
Very, very interesting. Also, he's so good in Finnish terrain. If you're following the Finnish competitions a bit closely, one runner that really gets good races on home soil, suffering like it's struggling a bit more on other kind of terrains. But I mean, today is on the home soil. Performed very well in the World Cup final last year. But let's take Gustav Bergman to next TV control, because he had the same route as Kirmula to control 12, and you can see it's very, very close.
It's super close, but he goes into the lead here, just 2 seconds, and he was, what, 3 seconds down?
Yeah, behind.
These two guys running the same speed then here.
Yeah, and also the same route choice, so it's they have like this 40 seconds advantage compared to the others. You can see it here. Now it's going to be interesting because Beimer went the other way round.
But I think he's just executed this really well.
Yeah, I mean maybe we get now a better time on the straight one as well, on this S-shaped. You can put a comparison here on the GPS and see if it gets splits.
So he was 30 seconds ahead of Kirmula and Bergman at control number 11. That's why we have the TV control.
Yeah, so actually, Max-Peter Beimer is as quick as the others on the straight one, but it's my guess is that it's much harder to execute that well, or to be quick on the straight one, because to be quick on this path is easier compared to when you always have to navigate and find the right kind of way up between the cliffs and cracks up to control 12.
Thomas Krivda then, this is the kind of control before the arena, so dropping down now towards the out of bounds section and climbing back up again towards the arena. So this is a comparison,
It's a 6 seconds, and that's what I meant. I mean, the last third of the leg is
of Beimer.
Of Beimer is more difficult to be quick at than the other ones. So I think the other ones is much more. If you would let 100 runners execute both, I think most of them would be quicker on the left one.
Yeah, but Max Beimer is just clearly so good in that terrain.
Then we don't know if he would be quicker on the left one either.
Yeah, it could be even quicker, exactly. Oh, so many variables. Lucas Leland dropping here into the 17th control, just waiting to catch him up now. So we've just seen Krivda through this point. Here is Leland. You can see he's gone into second place at that point, 57 seconds slower than Kirmula. So Kirmula still the quickest, and there's not a minute to be caught in this last section up the hill. But Kirmula will still be in that leader's chair. I wonder if one coach will force him to stay in the arena, even though
drive him back.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. It's quite a while. You know, we have the women's race still to come. So we're looking for Thomas Krivda then coming in from the finish. Here, this isn't him. This is a Polish athlete. Here he comes, Thomas Krivda from Czechia. So it'll be a new second fastest time. And he will end up outside the medals, but he's going to cross it here. And second place for the athlete from Czechia, 2:12 down, 37 minutes and 36 seconds.
Ooh, and I was just about to say that any second we should get Max-Peter Beimer to the TV control or to control 13 just before, but he's doing a mistake to control 13, which is very surprising. He's just changing direction there. And going back, he must think that he has been overshooting the control. Here at the start, meanwhile we have Topi Syrjäläinen from Finland, but this is going to end up in about, well, if he gets the control now, I think he's going to lose about 40 seconds.
And he was 30 seconds ahead, so we'll see.
Yeah, so now he's behind half a minute.
Anyway, let's take Leland into the finish, because he's now going to come into the new second fastest time. Crossing the line here, 1 minute and 10 seconds slower than Kirmula. Across the line there, pushes Krivda down into third place.
And it's kind of we're back at this, what I was talking about when you saw Max Peter Beiman at the start here is, if he just gets through without a mistake, then he is so, dangerous for a top 3. But now with a minute mistake on a course like this, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be really, really difficult for him. Yeah. This is Gustav Bergman.
He's on his way to 17. See him crossing the path there. And then dropping down again. There's a fair few fallen trees in this terrain.
And this is going to be very, very tight between him and Mika Kirmula. Actually, we have a pre-warning there. It was 6 seconds only. And let's see how it developed now at this second to last control.
This is so tight. I think it's so characteristic here of this. So he's gained a few more seconds. Oh my gosh, it's only 8 seconds. And now fighting on this last stage. You can see just jumping down the slopes, throwing himself down the slopes. This is what happened to Beimer.
Yeah,
okay, watch
so now
this.
He's very close to the control. It's basically on a good way, but then at this place, he just turns back. I think the problem is when you get there, you don't see the control from there. And if you're not very careful, you might think that you should see it, but it's in a re-entrant just behind the one, so it's not visible.
Just really tricky control placement. This is the 2 times defending middle distance champion, Matthias Kibberts from Switzerland, beginning his race. Of course, basically took the whole season out last year to go and focus on running the marathon at the Olympics. Be really interesting to see what he is able to do. So this, we are live then with Max Peter Beiman. You can see his speed is so good because he's closer again. Oh, it's just, it's a what if. He's going to have so many what if I didn't make that mistake. What if I just kept going? I don't know where he thought he was though.
The thing is, I think he just didn't see it when he saw the re-entrant, and he thought it would be in the first one, but it's behind this spur, and it's not visible from where he came from. So I think when he must have thought that, but yeah, I agree. I don't know where he should be else because it's a very big re-entrance. But let's wait for Gustav Bergman now because he has to be here
now.
My
gosh, this is going to be so tight. I don't think he's going to have done it. I think this hill is going to have destroyed him here because he's only got a few seconds and he's going to be late here. He's not going to take the new leading time. He was ahead by 8 seconds and it's going to be second place then for Gustav Bergman. Crosses the line, goes into second place, loses 14 seconds then from 17 to 18. Oh, so tough there from Gustav.
And
So tricky then for Gustav. Do you see from the GPS tracking anything? I think he didn't take the best route to 18.
It was not very good, not very distinct on the way to control 18. He kind of didn't cut the corner there and was running on the path all the way.
Well, listening to this is Lucas Leland, who is now into third place then. We saw quite a bit of your running through the terrain, Lucas, on the broadcast. How was your run?
I have a really good feeling, but I listen here. I'm beaten by a minute, a bit more than that, by Kirmula. The best ones are still left. Of course, this is World Championships. My feeling doesn't matter that much. My result matters much, and my feeling will be based on that.
And what was it like there out in the terrain? What kind of sense are you able to share with the viewers today?
It's a lovely forest, but it's a lot of downfallen trees, so you have to make a lot of jumps. A bit varied orienteering also, but not too tricky, I would say. Quite good view, very good map, distinct details. Yeah.
And what strengths do you think the winner will have today?
He will run perfect technically and then be the strongest physically. It's not that difficult.
Be fast and be accurate. Thanks, Lucas, and well done still on third place at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. But here's Anton Johansson in. This is a 41-second lead here. You were talking about how much this race might suit him, and that is significant at this point.
It's very, very significant. 40 seconds, that's a lot in this first part. It's very interesting when we hear the runners. We had Kirmula said, I don't get a good feeling. Leland says, I got a really good feeling out there. It's like, it's so different how you experience this kind of terrain and kind of the expectation you would get when you head into the forest and it doesn't really match, or then it matches to what you really get.
Yeah, it's a lot about how you're thinking before the
Yeah.
race and approaching with the right mindset as well. I'm sure orienteers at home will know that experience. Anyway, Fabian Abersold is the second to last starter today, making his WOC
And
debut.
you can see here, Beimer, it's almost the same part, and
again.
again going wrong here. He was kind of back in the fight, but now heading into the wrong direction.
Again, where does he think he is?
Well, here it's
He's
a bit
making a
harder.
parallel
Nah,
mistake,
but
maybe.
if you get up on the hill on this spur there, it's not so easy to know exactly where you head over. But the right thing to do in this situation would be follow the path for, if you're not 100% sure, for 10, 15 meters, just relocate and be 100% sure, then head down. Of course, he's very attacking. He knows he did the mistake at control 14, so he has no time to do that, or he thinks he doesn't have time to do it. And then, yeah, it leads to another mistake.
Yeah, he's going to soon be at the finish then, and we'll get his time, see what he's able to do.
But you know, we were talking about Anton Johansson. I mean, his lead is 40 seconds compared to Max Peter Beimer, who is obviously not the quickest one in the forest, in the finish then.
His lead ahead of Kirmula is over a minute.
Over a minute. So that's a really, really good start.
Very,
and
very
it's just
strong.
Anton Johansson, he's such a... I mean, give him one winter without any struggles, and he can be away for
You've
2
said
years.
this before.
Yeah, he can be away for 2 years. Just give him 2-3 months without any struggles, and he will be world class in almost any kind of terrain where you put a few details out.
Yeah, and he was second in the middle distance and seventh in the long distance in Idre. He shows he's in good form. Also, a man in great form, Kasper Harlem Fossa from Norway. He's a European silver medalist. He's the king of the long distance, but he wants to be. What did he say? He said this in an interview, didn't he?
He was asked about the king of the long distance and what his goal is for these championships, and he said, "I want to be seen as the king."
Yeah.
So he does want to win the middle distance, of course. Here we have Max Peter Beimer to the finish. I think he should be fighting his feeling must be bad, but he's still in for a very good position here.
Yeah, and he fought back in Idre for some good times. He will go in ahead of Leland, but
it's tough for him because he's not gonna run the relay, the long distance.
Yeah. So Gustav Bergman, listening to this, just seeing your teammate finish there, and your race, you were so close with Mika Kirmula, so much on this race. What was your experience like?
Yeah, it was tough out there. Like I felt like I had a good flow technically, struggled a bit physically, and I made a maybe 20-30 second mistake on number 5. After that, it was really clean, but coming into this really physical part in the end, I was already dead. Like coming up to the 12th control, I was ready to finish. So it was really tough the last part, but I felt like I did okay. Lacked the last little bit of speed, and I know Mika Kirmula, like he's a monster in that type of terrain. So yeah, it was okay. I was hoping for a little bit better, but I'm quite satisfied.
So Gustav, it's very interesting when we listen to the different runners how they say their feeling was. We had Mika, and he said but I didn't get any flow. It didn't feel like I didn't get a good feeling. Then we had Leland, and he said felt really good to flow, but in the end it wasn't really what I expected. And you're talking about this as well, that maybe not the expectation of how it's gonna be, and the thing you get doesn't really match for everyone. Why do you think that is?
But we do have different strengths. Like Mika is so strong physically, so for him to have not the good flow technically and then feeling strong in the end, I feel like it's typical. And then for me, that to have the flow in orienteering, it's me and Lucas is maybe the same type of runner that I am. That we can have a good flow technically, but then in the physical part in the end, lacking a bit.
And lots of different parts to today's race, different kind of sections of terrain. What was your favorite and your least favorite?
I enjoyed the middle part. Control 6 to 11 was really nice. Technical all the way. And then I did like the last part, but physically it was really tough. So I struggled a bit there, but yeah.
It's so steep there. Well, thanks, Gustav. Good luck today with the result.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take back lead then into the finish. And now a minute behind. So has he been dropping slightly? Hard to tell. But it's going to be outside the medals here. Into 5th place. 1:34. The time's beginning to be a little bit closer than here. And yeah, I think it would be lovely to get some thoughts from Max Petter Bähmer as we see the more of the runners coming through.
And we can also say it was a bit, I think if we had Breivik to the first TV control as well, when we had the interview, and Breivik is very, very close to Anton Johansson. It's only 5 seconds between the two of them, so that is an interesting one. Breivik going on the middle route. Johansson did that as well, this S shape between 11 and 12.
So let's have a look at this then, and that highlights those mistakes from Max Petter Bähmer, the orange colour.
Yeah, look at the speed he had there between the first and second TV control, just before the second one. By far the quickest runner out there, but yeah, it's the technique as well.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes when you get that little bit quicker, then sometimes the technique just falls apart.
But I mean, this shows us really that Kirmula's feeling. I mean, he might have had the feeling that, it's possible to be much quicker, but I didn't really get there today, and you can see what would have been possible for Max Petter Bähmer. Anton Johansson as well, you can see is doing the stop here. Just before control 13, he is together with Luca Bassi at this point, and now approaching this control 13. That was the one that Max Petter Bähmer missed, so you can see that also Anton Johansson hesitated a little bit just before.
But you can see there the time ticking down if he's going to be faster than Gustav Bernman. Dropping down now into the control itself. Oh, knowing he's close. And let's just get the time check. Oh, this is definitely is this a mistake here, would you say?
Nah, it's not. You can drop down a little bit there. I think that's okay.
So Anton Johansson into the lead there at control number 14. Max Petter Bähmer listening, and Max, we said you looked so fast out there, but mistakes again. Oh, that must be so tricky for you to experience in the forest.
Yeah, this is when the disappointment bubbles up. Like I didn't have time to think about it in the forest, but yeah, super disappointed.
Are you able to explain to us what happened? So 13, I think, was the first one.
Yeah, I did. I was right on track and the right elevation, but then tried to look for the hill to the left, but didn't really get details together and got insecure, and I think that's why I just stopped way too early and lost it.
Yeah. What about the other one? I think is at 17 as well. It must be so hard to come back when you know you've made a mistake as well.
It was so stressful.
Yeah.
I thought I was lower than I was, and yeah.
What made today so tricky?
I don't know. That's it. That it is the world champs, I guess. The nerves and everything, and I think that's what made it hard for me to keep it together.
Yeah, really tough. Thank you so much for chatting to us and telling us your thoughts on your race.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Great to hear from Max Petter Bähmer, despite his mistakes. So behind Who was that there?
I think
that
it was
Savalainen?
Savalainen, yeah.
Yes.
On the way to control 10, so soon to the TV control. Here we have Janis Bonek, 2 minutes and 40 behind.
We must have had mistakes here then from Janis Bonek, the defending bronze medalist. Not good enough in today's competition. Okay, so live then with Topi Sirjalainen, the brown dots there. Got to be careful not to make a mistake, though we just lost the GPS tracking there. You can see Anton Johansson at that point ahead of Erik Langerdahl Breivik. Breivik yet to make it to the second TV split.
Yeah, but we know at the first TV split that the gap was only 5 seconds, so Breivik's going to get a bit closer there just before the control.
Daniel Hubman then to the finish in his 20th World Championships. He's going to try to go ahead of Leland, not quite going to make that into 5th place then for the Swiss runner. 1 minute approximately down on that time of Mika Kirmula, still leading there. So we'll be about 5th place. There's Ruslan Glibov as well. He went into 8th. In fact, Daniel Hubman's been given the same time as Lucas Leland, 36.34.
We had Savalainen to the TV control into 10th position, 150 behind. And here we have Erik Langerdahl Breivik, and this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, he's going to go quicker then than Johansson. This is the 14th control. So new lead here for Erik Langerdahl Breivik, the European champion, the winner of the last World Cup round in Kuopio. He kind of became at the middle of last season the man to beat in the forest over the middle distance.
Maybe interesting to mention as well that Anton Johansson running together with Luca Bassi. You can see that Breivik is alone, not far behind Mathieu Perrin, but at the moment he is alone. This is Eetu Savalainen. This is a replay. I said that before, about 150 behind Anton Johansson into 10th position.
And therefore, I think that was must have been a mistake he made at the 8th control. Possibly. Okay, let's get the comparisons then. We are live then with Kasper Fosse. So that's a kind of green route there, the dark green. So not quicker than Breivik and Johansson at the moment.
No, but I mean, they're not far behind Breivik. We know that Breivik is ahead of Johansson at the second TV control, so I think it's most interesting to compare them to Breivik. Both Kibbutz and Fosse, actually, and Sirjalainen.
Yeah, and you can see there in the top right-hand corner of your screen those times, approximate times at control 5.
I think actually Abersold, either he should stay below the hill there or do the same as the others, using the path a bit longer. He's doing some kind of middle thing.
Here's Luca Bassi.
There is Johansson.
We're not looking
they
for
were
him,
together.
looking for Johansson.
There is he. There is Anton Johansson. Here he is.
And does go into the lead there, faster than Berryman. And this is the control before the arena, so a couple of minutes we'll see him at the finish.
He was more than a minute ahead, I think. Must have lost a bit. This is Sirjalainen here, not the best direction into control 8.
Here.
It's such a, I mean, this track there is so clear. If you just would be a bit more to the left, you would be able to see it. But it's, as we said before, visibility here is not so super, so you don't see that many meters ahead of you.
So we have all the runners in the terrain now, back at control number 11.
And now actually Breivik is running together with Perrin, or just a few meters behind, but now he is not the disadvantage of being alone. And Johansson should be at the last control in about 10 to 15 seconds.
Waiting for Topi Sirjalainen. Here he comes, up the slope here. In still the top 10. Oh, if it will be if he spots that
Not
control.
the first one doing that.
No, so same time as Basset, Luca Basset
Here
from
we have
France.
Basset to the finish. Here is Anton Johansson.
Yep, Anton Johansson on the final stages here. He's going to take a new leading time. How much is it going to be by? Looks up at the big screen and goes through the line to take a new leading time, 34.49. But he did have a bigger lead
It was a minute.
earlier on. So there's space for others, I think, to go quicker, including Erik Langedal Breivik.
We've heard Gustav Bergman talking about the different strength of the runners in different kind of terrain. I think for Anton Johansson, this middle section was very, very good for him, the same as for Bergman. And the last part maybe a bit more in other runners' favor. Here we have Matthias Kiburt, so we are waiting for Matthias Kiburt to the first TV control.
We're into the last
There
four
he is.
runners.
He went just up. You could either go straight up from the control, then you could stay below a little bit. Advantage if you stay below, the climbing is not as steep in the very end as it is right from the control. Otherwise, I don't think it matters too much.
It's very steep up out of the control, though. Okay, live with Erik Langedal Breivik. We'll soon see him at 17. That's where we have the TV camera. This looks really good.
Yeah, and if he's not going to make a mistake as Max Peter Beimer, then he will definitely be the new leader. But
we can see him already.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Beimer did the mistake because I'm quite sure if he hadn't done the first mistake, he would not have done the second one either.
Yeah, I think so. He was so gutted. Talking a bit about nerves, about the extra pressure with the World Championships as well. That's Mathieu Perrin also punching there. So waiting for Erik Langedal Breivik, the fastest man in the forest at the moment. And, well, we've not had everybody through our first split yet, but it's looking so good. This is where Breivik got away then. This is really
but
interesting.
it is this kind of different kind of orienteering. It's much more open. It's more better runnability. It suits runners like Breivik, and maybe later on Fosser, Kiburt better than Gustav Bergman, Anton Johansson, and so on.
So Johansson really strong in that middle section, just not quite as good in that last section. And this is what it's all about, isn't it? It's all about being good in those three sections.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's the one that's quickest in the finish that wins the race.
Really? Yeah, you've got to be able to do all of those three sections super, super well. But we're waiting for the Norwegian. We're waiting for the Norwegian European champion, World Cup winner. Look at the gap. It's big here. Breivik towards the finish. Will this be a world title for the Norwegian? He's powering up to the finish line. And it's going to be a new leading time by over a minute ahead of Johansson. My gosh, this man can do hills because there's a hilly slope back up to the finish there.
And I mean,
so strong.
He's very close to the predicted winning time now with 33.5. So this is good. This is really good. I'm quite sure this is going to be a medal. You said could be gold.
I don't want to. So who have we got left in the forest? Who's matching?
I mean,
Kiburt's and Fosser, really.
Kiburt is half a minute behind Fosser. We haven't seen
yet. But he was looking about similar to Kiburt's on the tracking when we saw the comparison. So yeah, bronze at worst. You don't want to call it. Okay, I won't make you call it. Normally we like to be a little bit more cautious. Often we can hear in the arena speaker is calling it much earlier than we want to.
To be honest, it's Fabian Abersold, Kasper Foss we haven't had to the TV control, and it's Kiburt's within half a minute. Surielainen is more than a minute behind. He's not going to take a medal. Or not going to take over the lead. So I think it's quite safe to say this is going to be a medal for Breivik.
So this is Eetu Savalainen, and I think this is into control 13. This is where Max Peter Beimer had problems.
And you can see that many of the runners hesitating a little bit because this feature, it's a big re-entrant, but the two re-entrants below, when they split up there, it's not that. It's a form line. It's the dash line. It's really small. But I'm surprised that Baby went back, because when I approached there, it's like the re-entrant itself is so big, and you can't have any other in close to the control.
Okay, so let's hear, as we see Savalainen through this control number 14, let's hear from current second place then, Anton Johansson. Oh, you look super strong in the middle section of the race there. How did you experience it?
Yes, so it was a really solid race, great performance, but a tough end in the race. I had some small struggle in the end, but overall it's a really solid performance.
What was tricky about the last section then?
A bit more hilly, but the course is almost as we expected. So yeah, we well prepared what was going to how the course should be. So overall, I'm very happy with today's performance.
Yeah, and did you have a good feeling when you were out in the forest? Some people have said it's felt quite tricky even if they were fast.
Yeah, I had a quite good feeling until the end, to the 12 control, but then from 13 and into the finishes were really tough. But it's the same for everyone, and overall, as I said, I'm very happy with today's performance.
Well, congratulations, second place so far,
Yeah,
and thanks for chatting.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, this is Kasper Fosse, and he's on his way to the first TV split. We will wait from him here, and you can see he's already late on that time of Anton Johansson.
He will be somewhere between Breivik and Kibbutz.
It shows you what Johansson was such good in this middle section. Let's have a look.
This is Abersold.
This is Abersold, it is indeed. So Abersold now 2 minutes down, not had the great start. Here's Fosse, and Fosse is going to go into third place. This should be. And we need to take a look on the gap back to Erik Langedal Breivik, because it's 14 seconds slower than Erik Langedal Breivik. So we've seen that, yes, Kasper Fosse has just gone slower than Erik Langedal Breivik, who's listening now. He is the new leader at the finish. Erik, it looked so good for you there, especially the last section. Tell us about your race.
It was a hard race. It was tough in the beginning, very flat and diffuse terrain. So difficult to know how hard to push, but when I come half the way, it was more technical, and I think I was pushing good and do a really good technical job. And in the end, I saw Mathieu Perrin and Alistair, and then I think, oh, maybe it's really good. So then I was pushing really hard in the end. So nice to see a good race.
And Erik, you were so strong in the end of last season, and you got a good feedback from the World Cup final, but then in Idre might not have been the feedback you wished 2 weeks before the World Champs. But what were your feelings when you started into this race today?
A bit nervous. I was pretty shit in Idre, as you said, but
I didn't say you were shit. I was much more diplomatic.
Yeah, but I think I was shit. So, but in the winter season and in the spring early season, I have been so good. So with Idre, it was not a big deal, and I feel quite more confident in Finland. We have been there a lot, and it looks much more similar to home than Idre was. So quite confident, actually.
And did you feel super well prepared in terms of what you thought this course would be like?
Yes, I think so. I really enjoy the part of the terrains that they choose to set the middle distance. I think it was quite fun, and that was the area I think that will come on this middle distance. So that was fun.
All right, thank you so much, Erik. Congratulations on the lead so far. You might have a bit of a nervous wait now, I guess.
Yeah, that will just be a joy. So maybe Kasper also will, I think he will do really well. So hopefully 2 on the podium, maybe.
Yes, exactly. Team Norway will be keeping their fingers crossed, I'm sure. Thanks for chatting to us. As we see Kibbutz through, then he is in third place at control number 14. And the time gap, what was that, about half
45,
a minute? 45, sorry.
It was quite, they were very, very equal, even though they run differently on 12. Kibbutz ran a much bigger S first to the right, then left around was as quick as the others, so the gap is about the same as it was at control 11.
So Itu Savalainen here, he's on his way to the 17th control. We can see these big kind of slopes, these depressions. That's the line I took into the control by that fallen tree. It's so weird when you see the forest again. But we take a look at Savalainen's time. Be lucky to get in the top 10. Here he comes at the control, moving much quicker than, of course, than I was in the forest earlier on today. Outside the top 10 at the moment. And if we're looking then at the standings at the finish, we have Erik Langendal Breivik in the lead, Anton Johansson in second, Mika Kirmula in third, and I think 2 runners there who could challenge.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like it will be between Fosser and Breivik, and the question is Kibbutz able to pass Anton Johansson in the last part? I think the gap, I mean, it's 45 seconds, even though Kibbutz is a very strong runner, it will be very difficult because there was no mistake at all by Breivik. Of course, this part here should suit, the last loop should suit Kibbutz best of all the parts of the course, but still 45 seconds, that's quite a gap.
Jonas Bonnek from Austria into 12th place there, 4 minutes down. And no repeat performance of 2 years ago. Okay, so we're live with Kasper Fosser.
And that's what I mentioned. Kibbutz actually went first to this, to the right route choice, took the bigger path to the forbidden areas, and then changed back to the others. But still, he didn't lose a lot of time. He was. We had the fastest 5 runners within 10 seconds there. Kibbutz lost about 8 seconds compared to Breivik on this one.
But then if you compare him to Fosser...
to Fosser, I mean, Fosser hasn't been there yet, so I can't really compare the times yet.
Okay, Itu Savalainen into the finish. Of course, getting a big cheer from all the home fans. And he's going to be just outside the top 10, just below Jürgen Backlid then, crossing the line. Taking 11th place then, Itu Savalainen. And getting his download. Okay, let's go back then. The gap from Breivik to Fosser. It says it's 11 seconds at the moment.
And now I can say that Fosser was the quickest one on this one, 1 second faster than Breivik. And I can also tell you at control 16, the gap between Breivik and Kibbutz is now 40 seconds. So he was 5 seconds quicker, but yeah, he would need to win back another 40 seconds. So
yeah, quite interesting taking the path there. This is Kibbutz.
Still quite far away from the second to last control, now on the way down to this marsh, halfway to control 17. That's one part of, you can see, I mean, Breivik mentioned it, quite many fallen trees, you're jumping quite a lot. Or was it Wieland who said that?
Yeah, some of them say, there are a lot of fallen trees. Although I think it avoids most of the worst. There's sections in like Green Stripe where there's lots and lots of fallen trees. But you can see he kind of takes the line with the crags and then goes up onto the slope as well. Onto the spur, going to have to drop down into the control next.
Also interesting, the Syrjalainen and Kibbutz were almost together at 16. I think Kibbutz could see Syrjalainen, but they didn't take the same route. To 17, Syrjalainen went a bit more around. Kibbutz going straight, but then, of course, in the end, he gets the path, and he can still get a few steps on it. And you can see the interesting bit is basically if it's
Kibbutz and Johansson,
because this will be the fight for the medal. Here we have Syrjalainen
really,
and Kibbutz.
I think, will be the fight for the medal. And Kibbutz goes ahead of Anton Johansson. So now we've got to see on this fight between Kibbutz and Johansson, because we know Kasper Fosser is fast on this course as well. If Kibbutz comes into second. He should be guaranteed a medal. Here's Kasper Fosser. He's still on his way to control number 14. And we'll get the time check. Will Erik Langedal Breivik still be leading? Yes, he will. Yes, he will here. Here comes Fosser. In fact, I'm not sure he's going to be second either. Very, very equal time with Anton Johansson goes into third place.
And now interesting though, very, very soon Kiburtz to the last control. He has the final climb in front of him. Now down in the valley at the just by the forbidden area.
Yeah, so Erik Langedal Breivik with I'm pretty sure we can say he's got a medal. We definitely can say he's got a medal here. What colour will it be? Matthias Kiburtz, Kasper Fosser, both chasing. But will the European champion become the world champion?
The Gustav Bergman thing. It's going to be very, very tight.
Okay, so we wait now at the edge of the forest for Kiburtz. Will he end up with a medal today? He's going to need to be quicker than Anton Johansson. Here is Sirolainen. Where's Kiburtz? Where is he? Here he comes.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be too late.
No, I think he's going to do it.
He needs to pick up here. Is he going to get a medal today? Matthias Kiburtz from Switzerland. The line is coming. He's going to cross the line. Where does he end up? Oh my God, the time is... Oh, he's in third. He's 1 second behind Anton Johansson. And I think that is 1 second away from a medal there for Matthias Kiburtz.
And he did the same thing as Gustav Bergman between 17 and 18. Actually, I have to say I did the same when I was pre-running, and I thought it's embarrassing, but it could happen to anyone.
That's what I thought, exactly the same as well. I missed the track. Oh my goodness me, that's 1 second away from the medal. Whew. So in third at the moment, but Kasper Fosser is on his way, and you can see there he is very close to Anton Johansson. So it still can go anywhere, but it's looking better and better for Breivik, I tell you what.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very, very good. I don't really know how Fosser should win back 20 seconds on him, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
If he has some extra gear that we haven't seen yet, but why should he
leave that till...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. When it's a time trial, you have to race your fastest around the whole course. You can't just take it a bit easier and then, attack at the end, because that gap now you can see about 26 seconds. So we'll try and catch up with Fosser. I'm sure we've got our running cameras ready to go on the way from 16 to 17. And yeah, you can see Anton Johansson.
There you can see Kiburtz on the that's the last control.
Yeah.
He just dropped behind. I mean, he was a bit lucky. You can really see where the special part for Johansson were.
That
actually,
first part, the first line shows the first TV control,
exactly.
which is at the end of that middle tricky bit.
But it's a bit surprising that he, at the start, in the first 3 controls, he was so good, and those are not... I mean, those are quite similar to the last bit, maybe a bit less physical.
Well, he just has the confidence.
Yeah, good start.
Good results in Idra, good confidence, knows the terrain.
Good
but
result.
I think also not yet one of the big stars of orienteering with loads and loads of pressure behind him, I think, as well.
But on the other hand, how many years do you have left? I mean, it's he's not the sprinter, so it's basically a chance every second year. If you want to win a medal, you have to do it at one time, and there are not that many championship middle distances or that suit him that well coming. So a bit of pressure he has for sure. Maybe more from himself, but he's not running without any pressure here.
Oh yes, but don't get me wrong. All the athletes will put pressure on themselves, including this man here, including Kasper Fosser. And he says he wants to not just be the king of the long distance, but be the king of the forest. And we'll see what it'll be when he gets to the control.
16, he was still 23 seconds behind. He's only 13 seconds ahead of Anton Johansson. But yeah, Anton Johansson lost a bit of time here in the very end.
So you can see here taking a few steps on the path, and he's behind Breivik now. So he's dropping down into
Yeah, he's
the
not
control.
going to beat Breivik. He's not going to beat Breivik.
It will be the win. There's cameras. There's so many cameras on Breivik at the finish line because Kasper Fosse, dropping into the control here, is in silver medal position.
Yeah, and unless he's doing the
There
Bergman
is.
Kibbutz thing
Yeah,
here,
yes.
it's gonna. I mean, even Kibbutz did it, so it's very. Yeah, he's gonna take the silver.
He's going to take, and that man there is going to take the gold. The European champion becoming the world champion, becoming the middle distance favorite.
And it went so. I mean, it's last European champs. We were talking about the surprise victory, and now he was a favorite already half a year later for a championship in Finland like this, and he performed as the favorite after having a bad time just 2 weeks before. So that's very
That's what's
impressive.
so impressive is you go to a World Cup 2 weeks before looking for confidence, you don't get anything, you've got to fall back on your winter's training, a good spring that he says he knew he had, and orienteering, you have to approach the controls with confidence. In a middle distance race like this, you have to be so attacking. You have to back yourself and know that the control is just around the corner. Otherwise, you're just going to lose seconds all the time. But as you can see, it's good for Breivik. Fosse is already late. That win is confirmed then for Erik Langedal Breivik. And here comes Kasper Fosse. It will be a silver medal for Fosse today. A European silver medalist, now a world silver medalist, still his best ever world championship result in the middle distance. He comes into second place, and Kasper Fosse will get the silver medal today, but the man just behind him is Erik Langedal Breivik, and he will take the win with Anton Johansson, the bronze medal. Lauri Sills, another of the heat winners coming into the finish today. Not as good a performance from him. He's still in that top 20 position. Brother Timo not starting today. Here is Abersold. Fabian Abersold in his World Championships debut into 13th. 3:13 behind. And he will actually be the third breast Swiss today, behind Kibbert and Hubman.
Hopman with another top 10, which I think is quite good, to be honest. He was already a minute behind at the first TV control. Yeah, and then he had quite a solid race from there. I mean, the end is 3 minutes behind. Well, maybe not the speed anymore, really, in a race like this, but top 10. After all these years, still up there.
Absolutely, still showing why he should still be competing at this highest level. Looking at the finish flags there, I'm looking at Mika Kirmula, 5th place in the end for him.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's a good result for him. I see him as a bigger name in the long distance than the middle distance. For me, it would have been a surprise if he had won a medal, even though it was a bit hard to predict because we haven't seen them in the World Cup final. They are on home soil. It's something big, but yeah, maybe it will help him a bit, the result from today, because he didn't have a good feeling at all. Still, he ends up in 5th. He's not that far away from the medals. Might give him a good feeling for the long distance.
Here are the final results then. More spread out than I expected, and we have Breivik, Fosse and Johansson into the top 3. And it was 4th place, just 1 second out for Matthias Kibbert. Great performance from the French athletes again. Mathieu Perrin into 7th, Luca Basset there into 11th place. So we didn't see very much of Mathieu Perrin, so great to see him get a top 10 result. And we can follow the results down now. It is a new PB for Tim Robertson. It is a new Forest PB for him. He was one of the early leaders, and we said he wanted to beat his PB, which was 30th. Let's take a look at the GPS tracking then.
So here, this first section, we had Anton Johansson, and he was really, really strong here. You can see that he's just pushing away from the others. Seemed to be a very good start physically as well. Kibbutz then to 4, not a good option. I mean, if he keeps on the path, he has to get the control right without any problems. Then we entered this middle section here, very technical, more details. And you can see still Johansson here in the driver's seat. Kirmula a bit behind here. I would say he has his gap here already that he has in the finish. No big mistakes of the favorites. Then they're splitting up here. Look at Kibbutz route choice to 12. Kirmula goes to the left, right away from the control. Kibbutz going first to the right, then to the left. But was as quick as the others, or within 5 seconds to the 12th control. Then this the control where we lost Max Peter Beimer. Beimer would have had the chance today at least to get a medal if he had not missed 13. Then here, take a look now. Kibbutz getting closer and closer to Anton Johansson. Actually passing him here just before control 17. But then in the very end, missing that path or not cutting the corner early enough. That cost him that 1 second and the medal. So here you can see this very good start by Anton Johansson, and then he lost on the second part. Breivik was very solid throughout the course, and then a bit quicker than the others on the second half.
Alexandersson, Breivik, congratulations. Not only European champion, not only World Cup race winner, now world champion. How does that feel?
That feels amazing. It was so fun. So what a day. Perfect day.
And can you tell us something about the race? There's been a lot of smaller mistakes, hesitations from the other runners. How was your flow going through this middle distance race?
I think it was quite good. I think the terrain gives you a very weird feeling. It is not feeling that good, but I was have done small mistakes and punched every control really good. So maybe not the best feedback from the terrain, but I think it was fast. It has to be fast, so it was good.
And you've, of course, been preparing for this race. How close was the race to what you expected?
It was quite close. I expected that they will use the most technical parts and some diffuse terrain in the middle there, so that was exactly as I thought it was, and it was a really good and both technical and physical course, so that's what middle distance running world champs should be, so that was really good.
And you've been performing so consistently good the last year. You won the European champs, you won the World Cup race here in Finland, you were great at 2 Mila, you won again here. What's the Breivik secret to doing so well in so many races?
I don't know, just a good technical performance, and I know my shape is just growing better and better, and I had a really good winter season and the spring season. I was pretty shit actually at the Idre, but I just have the confidence that on my best I will run really, really good. So yeah, and I think also Finland suits me very well. It's a kind of Nordic terrain that it's rough and brutal, and I think that is fun, and yeah. Also the course with a lot of technical parts that suits me. So yeah, just fun to run, and then when I think it's fun, I run really fast as well, so that's the recipe.
That's great to see. I think there's a gold medal waiting for you, Eirik. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Tough and brutal and fun. Yeah, absolutely.
How often do you hear those words in one sentence?
A lot's coming out of Orienteers' mouths, I tell you. Well, this is how it was done. some great photos from the forest, a great fight, and actually quite a big winning margin in the end of those 34 seconds. Such a strong performance over a course that had really 3 very distinct sections. The first section a little bit flatter, technical section, lots of crags, lots of rocks in the middle, and then basically a big old hill at the end. And well, Erik Langedal Breivik could do all 3. So it's a pretty packed arena here, and we can get ready for the flower ceremony, awarding the prizes to the top 3 here. As the athletes make their way to the stage, lots of flags from all sorts of different nations flying in this arena for the highlight of elite orienteering in this forest. And it's taken a while for it to feel like, you know, even with the qualification yesterday, for it to really feel like the World Championships. Now it properly feels like the World Championships, and we've got a new World Champion as well. But the bronze medal goes to Anton Johansson from Sweden. Time 34:49. Super strong start to the course. And again, just another cracking middle distance terrain. Well, for Kasper Foster, it's his best ever performance at a World Championships in the middle distance. Improves from 5th into 2nd. And will end up with the silver medal for Norway. But the winner today by over half a minute, which is quite a lot on this type of course and on this terrain, Erik Langedal Breivik from Norway. He's the European champion. He won the World Cup final also here in Kuopio. He is now the world champion in the middle distance. He will get that gold medal around his neck. And Norway on the top 2 spots as well, which of course they will be looking to the relay happening on Saturday. And a great look over
Did they
the top
win
3.
A tree? Is it a tree?
I think they must have won a tree. I think that's a great prize. I'd like to win a tree.
Yeah.
It's not easy to take home in your hand luggage, but
No.
you can plant it in the forest.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to plant it at home. You can plant it here as well.
You can
if you
plant it
want
here. Yeah. It's quite fun to win a tree. They'll win a medal as well later, but that prize giving doesn't take place until later because we wore our kind of flower ceremony first, and then the results get made official a little bit later to allow time should there be any protests, anything like that. But that's how it looks with our top 3 here in the arena. A lot of love for these orienteers, a lot of appreciation of the incredible job that they have done around this tricky course. A tricky course with a very generalized map, at least you felt, in terms of the rock detail, different sections, the hills as well, the navigation, the speed that you have to have through the tricky terrain. And yeah, that's the men's race done and dusted. We have a new world champion, and we can focus then on the women's race as well. Like the men, the women had to come through qualification yesterday in around a 25-minute winning time course. The top 15 in each heat made it through to the final, plus the top placed athlete from the other nations as well. So it does mean we have 60 women on the start list today, ready to take on this challenge. It's really good conditions for running. It's not too warm. It's not sunny, but it's not, it's dry. It's absolutely ideal conditions, and I tell you what, it's so beautiful out there in the forest. It's a nature reserve type forest. It was used for kind of plantation, but now not. It's for being very close to the edge of the city. It's fairly wild. Anyway, we'll take a look at the details of the middle distance course for the women. Just over 30-minute winning time expected. The 5-kilometer course. This is how it looks. Jonas, talk us through it.
Yeah, and guess what? It's quite similar to the course we've seen in the men's race, at least when it comes to the idea behind. We have this start here, quite straightforward, not the most technical part of the course. Control 3, we actually had a few of the men that struggled a bit, and this long leg down into this detailed area, which is a bit harder to navigate. We've seen that the biggest differences among the top runners here, actually the ability to be quick in this kind of terrain, not really that they did mistakes here. First TV control at 9, then we have quite a similar long leg to control 10. Also here you have the 3 different, let's talk about 2 different options, left or straight in this S shape into the slope to this re-entrant where we had many runners hesitating, and Max Peter Beimer even doing quite a big mistakes to 11-12, the second TV control. Then a bit shorter loop here to control 15 and then back to the arena. So the idea behind the course is exactly the same. It's 3 parts. The first one a bit easier, a bit quicker runnability. Then you have the second bit where we start here. Starts at control 4. Those runners who are good in handling a lot of details and really look for the details or features to navigate with, they can be quick here. Didn't see so many big mistakes, but quite big differences in how quick they are navigating through it. Here we have a glimpse out from the forest, a few fallen trees here in the beginning, just out from control 3. You can see that visibility here is rather good, but not everywhere. Sometimes you have these younger trees in between that make it a bit, it almost mislead you in thinking that it's good visibility, but you can't really see that far in all of the directions. Then here the middle section, really good runnability, can even go on the track here. In the men's race, actually most of the runners went out to the left, used the path a few meters, then rounding this middle hill and attacking from the left side of the red line to control 4. You can see around here it gets much more dense. You can see about 20 to 30 meters ahead of you, so it's not that easy to read the contours just around. It's basically quite doable as long as you are able to run proactively. Once you start to match things from the terrain with the map, it gets much more difficult. Here we have the different options. Dark blue, I would say, is not really an option. It's between the light blue and the red one that we have seen executed. In the red one, you could stay on the path a bit longer to avoid the last 10 meters climbing there, rounding the hill on the very end.
But yeah, it's a slightly different leg compared to the men's, but not by much.
This is just out from the control. The runnability there is quite good, actually. Then here you have this path. You can see it's not a track that you...
It's not a vehicle track.
No, exactly. No. So you have quite many routes. It's not. You have to be careful when you run. It's not just pushing. You have to be aware of where you are standing with your feet, or where you put your feet. But otherwise, it's the same concept. It's the same kind of course as in the men's race. It's just a bit shorter in the beginning, and the loop in the middle section, and then the final loop, all of them a bit shorter.
Yeah, absolutely. So divided, as you said, on those 3 areas. Again, we'll, of course, be looking out for the different route choices that the athletes make, for, mistakes in the circle, especially when you're getting into control number 4, and as the terrain kind of changes kind of shape and nature as well. This is the start list. One athlete who didn't make the cut, who I thought maybe ought to have done, Denisa Kralova, made a big mess of number 1 in the qualifier, so the Czech athlete not through to the final.
And that's actually a pity, because she showed quite good shape in the beginning of the season.
Yeah, she really did.
I really had her on my list for a top 10 today.
I remember you were really bigging her
Yeah.
up in Idre. You were
Yeah.
really excited about what she could do. So, yeah, just tricky because she made a big mess. And then we go through the athletes here. Hanna Lundberg starting fairly early. She had a miss to control 6 in that qualification, so expect her maybe to perform better than her qualification result. And we head through to the last page of starters very shortly. Tove Alexandersson, though, we should mention she's at 148. But Venla Hayu then is our last starter. And of course, when it comes to the women's class, we always have 2 big favourites.
Yeah, I mean, Tove Alexandersson and Simona Ebersold, they have been so good throughout the year, so consistent on the top. I mean, Tove has 21 gold medals at World Championships. She can actually, if she wins today and tomorrow, she can close the gap to Simone Nikli, who has 23, but she has to win both of them. And then, I mean, it's quite open for if everything goes as it usually goes, it's quite open for the bronze medal. There are many runners that could pick it. I would, though, like to highlight that it is a race where you can do mistakes, and both Simona Ebersold and Tove Alexandersson, every now and then, they struggle technically, and I'm not that. I mean, they are the big favorites, but they're not guaranteed the gold medal.
No, they're not. I mean, Tove Alexandersson's the world champion, Simona Ebersold's the European champion. But I think especially on a middle distance, like normally
and at the
we
World
can,
Championships.
Yeah, we can see Tove making a mistake, and she's done it in the past.
Not only Tove. I mean, all of the women or all of the athletes. We had Max Peter Bremer did quite a big mistake as well. In the men's race, usually it doesn't. You don't see it that good, because early, if they do mistakes early in the race, then we don't have them on the screen. But yeah. They did mistakes on the course in the men's race. There will be mistakes in the women's race as well. This is an interesting start.
Yeah, Lina Söderberg, she was 9th in the middle distance in Idre, that World Cup, just a couple of weeks ago. Back in the Danish team for the first time since 2023, and in that year she only did the relay. So
I think she has a 12th as her best at World Championships. Is that possible?
She was 13th in the middle distance in the World Champs in 2021 back in Czechia. Very well remembered, because I'm looking at my notes here. But there she begins her race following the tapes out to the start. So I would have thought she might qualify a little bit higher up than that position, because certainly had top 10 in that middle of the World Cup. Really
but
impressive.
I think back then she had a really good race technically, and not many of the girls had good races, or not many of the athletes overall had good technical races. She's a bit behind the absolute world class physically, but it is quite technical today as well. Well, why not another top 15, another top 20?
So looking at the comparison here, Silla Gardoni is the fastest at the first TV control, which is why we've got her highlighted and live then with Yves van Dongen of the Netherlands, the knockout sprint world medalist. And you can see again both those athletes taking the route on the path to control number 3, climbing up the hill at that point. I think we'll see maybe some of the later athletes go more straight there.
Yeah, I think so. You can go a bit more straight. You can look for the re-entrance and like the contours to play it a bit more safe, especially to a first control. This is an interesting name as well. Cécile Gallandry had a great long distance at the World Cup in Idre. Not as good then in the middle distance, if I remember right.
I think it's
Or
the
is
other
it
way
the other
around.
way
Yeah,
around?
she was. I've got that, and she was bronze in the long distance. Let me just double check this.
Yeah, that's what I said. She was
Yeah,
good
she was
in the long
bronze
distance.
No, she was bronze in the middle distance.
Okay, yeah. Good that you double checked.
Yeah, she was bronze in the middle distance, and now she's racing a middle. So yes, again, one of those starting fairly early on here. She kind of made a mistake, went to the wrong control in the qualification, but she's got so much potential then here. We'll see what she is able to do. So looking now for Marianne Haug from Estonia. All 3 Estonian women into the final of today's middle distance. And she's not going to be quicker than Gardoni of Hungary into 5th place at the moment. Early days in this women's middle distance final. We had a lot of the athletes kind of starting off who were not in those top 15, but qualified as being the best athlete in their nation. You can see some of those through now as we see the standings at control 9, which is TV control number 1. Also want to give a shout out for one of the competitors, one of the Colombians. Have you noticed? She's 13 and she's competing at these World Championships.
Yeah,
she's half
I heard
Finnish,
she's
half
14,
Colombian.
but maybe she's 13.
Her dad told me she was 13.
Okay. Maybe she is turning 14 this year.
She lives in Colombia, but she spends time with her grandparents in Finland in the summer holidays, and went to WOC 2 years ago and realised what orienteering at an elite level is, and it's not just her dad and a random load of Colombians around a jungle all the time, and thought, I want to do this. She'd never done orienteering 2 years ago. Now, age 13, she's competing in the World Champs after competing at JWOC as well, and got round the middle qualifier.
Is there no age limit? That was my first reaction.
I did think that, not gonna lie. But honestly, just like being inspired from watching the World Champs 2 years ago, aged 11, to being a 13-year-old and competing in it for Colombia on kind of half home soil because you're half Finnish. I just think that's cool. Anyway. Anna Pradell from Italy into 2nd place behind Filippo Rodriguez from Portugal. So control 12 is the 2nd TV split for the women. No one yet to the finish, by the way, for the women's course.
Here we have the comparison. We can see that it was rather good start for Line Cederberg. Interesting then, more interesting maybe to compare her then to the one just started 2 minutes behind her, Cécile Gallandry. But so far, good start for the Danish runner.
Yeah, really quite direct in the routes there, especially to the 2nd control. And then you can really pick up some speed going off that hill down towards the track. And it'll be interesting to see, will Cederberg be the first to go straight through the forest to control 3? Where, you know, you might feel a bit less confident because the hills are more rounded, maybe a bit vaguer. Anyway, Pia Young-Vik next to start, the Norwegian. Her 2nd World Championships after winning 6 Junior World Champs medals. As you can see there, including a bronze in the middle distance. Part of the next crop of Norwegians. Beginning her race, you can see she's folding up a map nice and small. There's quite a long run out to the start control itself, and she will disappear into the forest and read that technical detail for the way to control number 1.
This is Hanna Wisniewska from Poland. Quite an experienced runner, taking over the lead here at the first TV control at control 9 after 2.5 kilometers.
Now we take Silla Gardoni into the second TV control. Here she comes, the Hungarian. You can see she's looking around a bit. It's quite tricky when you know the cameras are there. You can see that this camera point here from quite some distance, and you just want to be super accurate into the control itself. But looking good so far into the lead at this early stage of the women's middle distance final. Okay, next to start, Agnes Nørgaard Cracked from Denmark, her first World Championships. Bit of forest specialist. Looking very calm on the start. Gets the map, folds it nicely up through this kind of meadow section and into the forest. Do you think the athletes get nervous? Do they have a lot of nerves? Do they have a lot of adrenaline already on that start line?
Who, the early athletes? Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. I think everyone. It's the first race of the championships. Of course, you have the qualification, but it's something else. And I mean, even if you're not fighting for a medal, you're still fighting. I mean, we heard Tim Robertson. You're still fighting for a personal best. You still have your goal. You still want to reach top 15, top 25, top 40, maybe whatever. You want to be the best of your nation. You want to qualify for the relay. Everyone has a goal.
Or even just to put together
else.
a good race and
Yeah,
not make
I mean,
mistakes.
it's the most important race of the season, or races of the season. So definitely, yeah, they are nervous. Would be strange if not.
So Filipa Rodriguez is our first finisher. Coming here to complete her race. Just under 50 minutes.
Alif Gökçe from Turkey, I think.
It is.
Yeah. Did she change her surname the last years?
I think she added a surname, I think.
Okay.
Here's Grace Malloy next to start. The Brit moved to Stockholm in the last year. Actually had a podium in one of the Swedish League performances up in Sundsvall. So she's such a good forest specialist, and we'll be wanting to get together a really good performance. The Scottish athlete, in fact, in parts, the terrain reminded me of Scotland today. Just really small fractions. I'm just, as a Brit, I'm just trying to send some positive vibes.
Yeah,
to
that's
Grace.
good.
Yeah. As you said, let's compare to Cécile Calandry, because Calandry is the fastest here.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, interesting here, Cederberg, you can see to control 3. If you go there, you should use the path. But I think we can hear from Filipa Rodriguez.
Yes, we can, because she is our first finisher then today from Portugal. Philippa, how was your run?
Yeah, it was a bit, I tried to have it quite slow. Physically, I'm not on my best. This season was a bit of a tough one for me. So I tried to focus on nailing every control as good as I could. And I managed to do that most of the way, and it was quite tough physically. But I gave my best.
Was the terrain what you expected from today?
Yeah, I mean, I run many times before in Finland. It was no surprise, the type of terrain. But yeah, it was as tough as I thought it would be with this hills near this arena and all that. So I was ready to suffer.
Well, congratulations on your race, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
Filipa Rodriguez, our first finisher there from Portugal. Let's take a look at Calandry.
And I mean, that's what now we can't see it anymore. So if you run around there, you should really take the path into the control, because it's leading you basically 10 meters to the control. You only have to jump off the path and punch it. I'm a bit surprised. It doesn't look that clear, because Calandry had a bit of problems out with direction from control 3.
The path splits in two,
Okay.
and one of them is not on the map.
Okay.
But it looks like it's a legit path. So I went down the wrong one. So I think that's what she's done.
Okay. So then this explains also why Cederberg went up a bit too early to the to the conflict.
There's
Because
an extra
otherwise,
path.
it wouldn't make any sense.
And the path is really tiny. And at least when I ran that earlier, you had to look into the forest a little bit to see it. You couldn't really see it on the ground, like right off the main track, if that makes sense. You had to look in the forest a little bit. So it's quite easy to miss that track, I think, to be honest. Okay, this is control number 9, TV control number 1, Hanna Wisniewska from Poland, the fastest at the moment. Waiting for Birte Friedrich from Germany. The time ticks by. And Isabel Toledo is in number 3 at the moment. Silla Gardoni in number 2 at this point. Here she comes then, the German. I think that is Caitlin Young with her as well, the Aussie. Now this longer route choice leg across to control number 10. Jo Shepherd next at the start. Jo living out in Norway. She had a really good performances, 22nd in the long distance race in Idre. Had some good consistent performances this year so far. Earned her place in the British team. It was good to see all 3 of the women qualifying into this middle distance final. Jo will run the long and the relay as well, but we wait here at the second TV control. Looking through this darker section of forest, we're looking for the Polish athlete Eva.
Bernachak.
Thank you. Again, looking up the top of that hill on the entrance of the control, I think it just shows you that she knows exactly where she's heading next. She's not stopping at the control. It's always a giveaway sign that they know where they're going when you look at that. Is that like a coaching technique as well? Is that a technique that people get coached?
I mean, it's something that you, when you train your, is it called automatism? Automatism.
No.
Automatics. Like the thing you really try to get to work automatically when you get to a control, and the behavior, like first you see the control, then you start planning, then you start direction, then you look into direction and stuff like that. But in this particular place,
it's like a routine.
Yeah, a routine. Yeah. So in this particular place, you see the camera from so far away that you have so much time to prepare that it's not really a surprise that she knows where to go after it.
Moldovan Chechan into the finish here in 6th. And that is the Hungarian Silla Gardoni then into the lead at this point, 44 minutes and 2 seconds. Good support still in this arena. Looking through the terrain, I think this is Hanna Wisniewska.
It is.
And this is I've got to adjust my control numbers now because I'm so used to thinking about the men's scores. This is control number 11. Indeed, we get her time at the next control. But if we remember, she was in the lead at our first TV split, and it's still looking good for Hanna Wisniewska. It looks like she'll be quicker than Silla Gardoni, who is our current leader at finish.
Just check the replay. It was a very solid race so far, technically, for Hanna Wisniewska. No problems at any control.
Yeah, and she's going to be clearly in the lead here. And in fact, Anna Isabel Toledo just going into the lead, just a fraction of a second ahead. Going quicker than Gardoni. A little bit of a train up here as well. Okay, so Gardoni, our new leader at the finish, is listening now. Congrats on your race. What went well for you today?
Thanks. Yeah, I tried to take it super safe, so always know where I am. That was the plan, and it worked quite well. I felt it sometimes that probably I could run faster here, but then the control wouldn't be there.
Yeah, so measuring your speed. And did you feel very well prepared for today's race and the terrain as well?
I wouldn't say. I felt really unsure about this Finnish terrain. It's so different than Hungary, and I not yet have the experience on it.
Well, yes, yeah, you'll get lots and lots more experience, I'm sure. But well done on a new leading time at the moment, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
There we go. New leading time for the Hungarian. Yes, very, very, like two very contrasting types of terrain in Hungary and in Finland. Let's have a little look here. Still looking good for Kalondri, who we're live with now. We get the time check at the 9th control, and she's managed to get more ahead of Lina Sederberg and of Teresa Smelikova as well. So Kalondri, the bronze medalist in the World Cup first round in Idre in Sweden just a couple of weeks ago. In the lead here at the moment. But lots of really good runners later on in the start list. Kalondri starting quite early after a poor qualification. So if she gets around this one, we'll see. Okay, Smelikova from Slovakia. We will catch up with her next. So this is control number 9. And Wisniewska from Poland, our leader at the moment there. Ida Egvik Christiansen, as you saw, went into second place, just 7 seconds behind. Ooh, overshot this control a little bit. Smelikova. It's going to be very similar to that time of Wisniewska, just 4 seconds ahead. There's Yves van Dongen in the background, in the orange of the Netherlands. So Smelikova caught up Yves van Dongen by 2 minutes.
Here we have Cécile Kalondri and I think Line Sederberg.
Yeah.
So now caught the Danish runner.
And that's a really big boost of confidence because she'll know how great Lina Sederberg was in the in Idre. So we can follow her now. So she's on her way to the, which control is she on her way to? She's on her way to the 8th control.
Yeah, and you can see up here, visibility is quite good. You're in a flat area. There was the stone to the left, now you get the crack. So a bit ahead of the GPS dot to the right. Bit of hesitation. Now we're going to approach this green bit up just around the corner here.
Yeah, the control itself just tucked around the corner, but then you just keep going a little bit further. And then looking left. Here you can see the control. There they go, both seeing the control. So that is control number 8. Next is number 9.
And here we go. Either you go up as Sederberg. Here it's very steep. It's a bit of climbing. If you would continue and just run this feature or this contour, you would have a smoother entrance to the contour. That's why we see a few runners coming to the left here and the other ones coming from straight ahead, as we will see Sederberg, and here we have them. Yeah, I mean, a few of them get converted from the left, but I'm a bit surprised that they... Yeah, you climb twice,
Yeah.
and it's much steeper if you do it. The first one is much steeper if you do it as they did. You could round it and get a smoother climb in the first part.
Nevertheless, Calandri into the lead by 1:44. Soderberry into 5th place at that point. So the French athletes in the lead at the moment. Early days, though, in this middle distance. Back behind Hanna Wisniewska. And we must be with her to the last TV control then now. We've seen her around every single point. On her way to control number 15.
Yeah, she was rounding, so this is the control. It's the same one as the men's race. Towards the second last control, you could even go straight over the two kind of spurs or big features, big hills, or then to the left to the marsh and round it. And Wisniewska, she was rounding it, so she went to the left, avoided climbing, now approaching the control. Should be quite close to it.
Yeah, she's really close to it. Here it is, here. Approaching good direction. And still with the Spaniard who goes into 3rd. Dropping down here. They drop down to this out of bounds section, then climb back up the hill towards the arena. So from one pole to another, here's Alexandra Hornick next to start. You can see holding a compass out flat, just getting that sense of direction before she picks up the map. So next to start. She does have top 20 results in middle and long distance races at the World Championships. Better results in the sprint than in the forest in general for the pole.
But she had
Super
she had a
experienced,
few good forest races as well in the beginning of last season.
Okay, let's have a look here.
Pia Youngvik, Agnes Nørgaard-Kracht, and Cécile Gallandry. You can see Vik staying much closer to the line.
Oh,
Quick, big mistake there by Nørgaard-Kracht, and relocating in this area, in this tricky bit, is quite difficult. Here we are behind Pia Youngvik from Norway. This is the same area where we just have been behind Cederberg and Gallandry, so on the way to control
8, I think. This
yeah.
is the flat section. I remember the GPS is a little bit further behind. She's actually going to climb up
a bit
first. I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't cost her so much if she gets... The thing is that she gets into this rough bit, but she gets to the control, which is around to the right there, just behind the stone.
Behind
I think
boulder.
the problem there is that you get into these fallen trees, it's a bit...
It's a bit rougher, isn't it?
Yeah,
in
it
the
is
slope.
rougher there.
Yep, Wisniewska though next in to the finish, and she's going to take a new leading time here. New leading times every 5 minutes at the moment on this. So great to see.
And always by 2 minutes.
And almost by 2 minutes, yeah, more than 2 minutes it will be. She has dropped Ana Isabel Toledo as well. So into the new lead, 41.47. Great work from the pole from that starting position. Okay, at the start now, one of the medal contenders, we shall call her, Hanna Lundberg from Sweden.
Bronze medalist 2 years ago in Switzerland.
Yeah, and she made mistakes in the qualifier. She's starting fairly early.
Actually, she mentioned in an interview that it was quite tough. I mean, she had this injury.
Yeah, because she wasn't in Idra.
Yeah,
she pulled out of that race.
She's back into competing now again after a break, and it was kind of the first race again after this break. She said it was quite tough to get back in competition mode, which is interesting. So for her, it was definitely good to get this qualification, to get a chance to, work on those routines we were talking about.
Absolutely. Pia Youngvik into the lead ahead of Cécile Calandry. 9 seconds in the lead. But yeah, if you know, like Hannah Lundberg, you weren't at Idre, saw your teammates there, home world champs, obviously a place where she's had so much success, winning the middle distance World Cup as a junior from start position number 1. I will never forget that story. Yeah, it must be strange to see all your teammates competing and you sitting at home.
But I don't think it was a problem. It was a decision she took just in order to be sure that she is in
and
good
she'd already
shape.
been pre-selected.
Yeah, I think there would have been World Championships 2 weeks ago, she would have competed with the injury she had or the problems she had. I think it's more the problem that she has not been competing for a while and that you have to get back into the routine.
Yes, so Teresa Roturier was Teresa Yanashikova, and she knows Finnish terrain really well because she lives and trains in Finland, has been studying here for quite a lot of years
but
now.
actually, I heard that when she was asked for the home advantage, she was just laughing a bit and saying, I'm living in Jyväskylä, and in Kuopio you have snow like half of the year, and it's like the period when you actually could go to Kuopio and train. We are traveling around Europe and compete in all these international competitions, so there's not so much time to travel there and train.
Okay, let's get the thoughts of Hanna Wisniewska, who is at the finish. Our new leader there looked super clean for you, I think, from the tracking. How was it for you in the forest?
Yes, it was quite clean race. Very beautiful forest, but tricky in terms of visibility, kind of, because the forest was kind of special. I would say that you couldn't have really smooth, especially in the second part after around 4 control, this small loop.
But would you say, you seem to be a bit surprised about the forest. Would you say that it was much different to what you had when in the trainings and the qualification?
No, not very different, but I had kind of different expectations from the old map, let's say.
That makes sense. What really worked well for you today?
It was very tough for me to get into racing mode after yesterday qualifications, because I had quite bad qualification in terms of I couldn't get into my rhythm, probably because of the stress. So it was very difficult to change attitude for today.
But you managed it.
Yeah. I needed to do really a lot of mental work during last 24 hours to get back on my track, let's say.
Well, it looks like you managed it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Hanna Wisniewska then, our new leader at the finish. Let's catch up with Smelikova. Teresa Smelikova to split control number 2. So this is the one at the foot of the spur. Is control number 12 on the women's class. A mistake here into this control previously.
And now we see this one from another angle. Yeah. They just dropped a bit too low, but hesitation, not a very big mistake. I think they did well by stopping there, not getting too nervous. They were sure that they were at the right re-entrance, but they didn't see the control. But it's going to be tight now compared to Wisniewska.
Yeah, you can see the impact of, you can see, the small kink in the GPS tracking, but in the forest when you can see it and you see that there's a time loss, there's a hesitations there, and then it also kind of plays into the next control as well. It's hard to have that recovery. But Smelikova, let's see if she's going to be quicker than Wisniewska or not.
Yeah, they're a bit high up here. Actually, they have to drop a bit to control 12 now. Haven't seen that too often. She was 15 seconds ahead at the previous control. She lost, you can see that she's hesitating again. Not really far enough. Lost those 15 seconds. Now behind Wisniewska.
And that's what it's like about the routine and the flow and the confidence as well, isn't it?
Yeah, as I said before, a bit surprising because visibility, as you can see here. You can see far in this area. If you just keep height, you don't even have to climb. They were climbing about 10 meters to control 12. yeah, you add to those 10 meters you climb, the distance they do more. Yeah, that ends up in half a minute of mistake.
So Grace Malloy there into third place at the moment, but those two leaders, Pia Youngvik and Cécile Calandry, have a big gap here. And then Grace having to make the decision about the next route choice as well. Leaving the control from a slightly different direction. So
You can see that most of the women actually choose to go around here. It's not exactly the same control both at 2 and 3 as we had at the male competition. So this one is a bit further up the hill. So it's, and well, this small track there makes it very tempting to approach from the southwest.
this is Cécile Calandry, and she's on her way to the second TV control. We can follow
but
her.
she did a
and
mistake, a big mistake to control 11. She's too high up the slope, about 15 meters, 10 meters.
But that's a. Oh yeah, so she was.
Yeah, she
oh
was
my gosh,
halfway
so she
to
was.
12. So she must have lost
Whoa.
a minute on this one.
Okay, yeah, she must have done absolutely.
She's
because
behind
we should.
Cederberg now. Again.
Okay, I'm sure we'll be able to catch that up on the GPS tracker. At the moment, Hanna Wisniewska fastest at this point. Here's a control here. There she is with Cederberg. So she is still in the lead, but it could have been much more because she's made a mistake.
It was 2 minutes, but she was definitely quicker than Wisniewska. It's less than 2 minutes now.
So let's have a look at Marika Taney, a former Middle European champion, a Middle silver medalist, both back in 2018. And I would definitely call her a middle distance specialist on the home soil here as well. You know, this has got to be super exciting for her. Or a lot of pressure, or both.
She's not the runner in the Finnish team that has most pressure on her. I think with the qualification of Venla Harju, it's quite clear who is going to be the big hope for the home crowd here.
Yeah, she's the last starter, is Venla Harju. That's still to come. Here's Ida Egevik Christiansen from Denmark, and she is on the very last section of the course, dropping down towards control number 15 very soon. But she's kind of contouring around a little bit, you can see.
Just 12 seconds behind Wisniewska at control 14. So the one before this one she's heading to now, hesitating here, has to climb over this ridge to the path. Yeah, you have to drop down here. Then there's the path, you can see she has to go over the next one as well and then drop down to the control. But you can definitely see that she doesn't know where she is on the path, if she's too much up the hill or if she's too low. Kind of the thing that Max Witte, we are mentioning him quite many times, but he had the same problem when he approached there. He kept on attacking and then missed the control. The next one, this is Sanna Fast.
Yeah, it absolutely is. She is the next to start her second World Championships, and lots of potential, but tricky results in Ida. We'll come to that more later. This is Ida Egevik Christiansen, managed to make it there to control 15, so 25 seconds behind Hanna Wisniewska at the moment.
And maybe to come back to Sanna Fast, she's kind of a similar runner to Max Peter Beimer. She is in such a good shape, but she has difficulties to really show us a run where she gets all the controls without any bigger mistakes on it.
Well, can today be her day? We will find out. Pia Youngvik, the Norwegian, to split control number 2.
She's
And again,
climbing
she's
a bit
here.
high up towards control 12. It's not necessary. You have a very nice terrace out from the control. Well, it doesn't mean that that there's going to be a mistake, but she's just climbing a bit high up there. has to drop now 5 or 10 meters to the control in the very end.
So not perfect execution of 12, but still goes faster than Calandri, who, if you remember, made a mistake to control number 11. So not a clean run.
Here's
Look out for Calandri here.
That's the mistake. Very similar in the first part of it. It's still good here for Calandri. Control 10 is not a problem, but then here, staying on this path too long, too much up there, has to go down into this re-entrant. I mean, if she dropped down more, you can't miss that re-entrant, basically. But she was too high, and then, of course, then you can overshoot it if you're above the beginning of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Ida Haapala next to start from Finland.
Living in Kuopio since 3 years.
Yeah, she studies here, I think.
Yeah.
And she did actually, she's the only member of the Finnish national team who did go to that World Cup 2 weeks ago, where she was, well, 43rd in the middle. That didn't go very well, but 9th in the long distance. As Ida Egve Christiansen into the finish. She's going to come into second place here. So second for the Dane. Hanna Wisniewska from Poland stays in the lead. And yeah, having to find some form. For Hanna Wisniewska is having to find that form and everything after the disappointment of the qualification. Here behind Isia Basse. Isia Basse with a middle distance medal to her name. Back in 2018 that was in Latvia. Took a shock silver medal in
the bronze,
in the bronze in the middle distance there. Is one of those runners who can just every so often have a couple of standout performances, not just that bronze medal, has other top 10 results. Smenikova, she's going to be the new leader then at the finish from Slovakia. Will cross the line and take the new fastest time. It's going to be 41 minutes, 15 seconds in the end, and she is spent. Here's Eve van Dongen, also into the finish. She comes into 6th place, as you can see there. And Smelikova absolutely spent, but really good run from her. Great to see a good performance from an athlete from Slovakia. Okay, let's have a look. This is Isia Basse up to this first control. And if you remember, Pia Young-Vik and Cecilia Calandri had a big lead at that point. Basse into 4th, just a couple of seconds behind Grace Malloy.
So here we have a comparison between Pia Young-Vik, Alexandra Hornig and Hanna Lundberg. You can see that Hanna Lundberg is the quickest one of the 3 of them, but the gap's not very, very big.
No, not at this section. Although Pia Young-Vik had a big lead at the 9th control where we took the time, and now Hanna Lundberg just needs to be careful with her direction here.
But I think that was actually a choice she took
to go to the left-hand side of this hill.
Yeah, she will. I mean, this crack here is very good, visible from the direction she's heading towards it now.
So in the lead at the moment, the defending bronze medalist. Here's Calandri. Calandri and Cederberry both here. And here will be the new lead from Cecilia Calandri. Pushing all the way to the finish, but she won't repeat that performance from Ija because there was mistakes out in the terrain. She's a new leader though from France, Cecilia Calandri, 39.34. And obviously we expect that to come down by quite a lot. Here's a favourite, here's Tove Alexandersson. the defending world champion. She won the races in Kuopio. She won the races in Idre. She is always the favourite when she starts out. She's got 21 world titles. If she wins everything this week, she will overtake Simona Nigli to have the most World Cup titles overall. Nigli on 23. And then, of course, the usual fast attacking starts.
I mean, you have to be honest and say that back in the days you had 4 disciplines every year. Now it's only 3.
Yeah, but there were more in the first part of Tova's career because we had the sprint relay as well.
Yeah,
so
that's
there were 5.
Right, yeah.
And there's a knockout sprint as
So
well.
maybe it's even out throughout the career.
I was going to say Tova had more chances to win medals, but not in the split walk. You're right. I'd forgotten about that. Here's Alina Nigli into 7th place for Switzerland.
Yeah, and for everyone, now when we are talking about Nigli, everyone wondering if she's related to Simone Nigli. She's not related to Simone Nigli, she's related to Matthias Nigli. She's the niece of Matthias.
Good stats there. Let's hear from Cécile Calandry, who has just come into the finish. Tell us a little bit about your race then, Cécile.
I'm pretty satisfied with what I did today, except for round control, where I did like a tiny mistake in the last loop. But yeah, I'm quite happy. It was a tough terrain to run on, but I tried to push hard as much as I could, and I hope I will be happy with the result.
You look like you overshot that 11th control. You're a little bit too high in the slope. Was that what happened?
Yeah, I guess I saw a rock, but I didn't see it on the map, so I had no idea where I was on the slope. So yeah, I went a little bit too far. That happened. That had to happen, maybe.
You said that you hope that you will be happy with the result. What result would you be happy with?
I have no idea. No, but I'm not expecting the same thing that happened in Idrefjell 2 weeks ago. So I'm just happy that I did something that I can be proud of. So.
Well, Pia van Jongvik's just about to come in here to take the new lead. What suited you really well in Idre, though, first of all?
Thank you.
Okay, we will take.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, what suited you really well in Idre? What went so well there? And
I have no idea. I think I had some good flow, and I managed somehow to do no mistakes in the tricky control. So that paid off.
Yeah, it really, really did. Well done today, and thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's quite happy with her race there. Really nice to see. This is Hannah Lundberg, though. She's gone through Control 9 in the new leading time and 37 seconds ahead of Hornick, who again was over a minute quicker than Pia Jongvik, who is our new leader in the terrain. So 38 minutes 31 for Pia Jongvik. Good results for Norway at the moment, although that one is going to be beaten. Let's have a look here at the tracking, because we're live with Sanna Fast, who we have already talked about in the broadcast so far. When things go well for her, she is so quick through the terrain. She suits her name. She's so fast. And if
she's never heard that before.
Yeah, I know. She's heard that like literally every day, every broadcast. But if it, it's a solid start at the moment. If she keeps error-free, you can see how well it could go. Here's Sara Hagström. Super interesting for her. She has been so pleased to make this World Champs team after a really bad back injury and surgery. Was working her way back the whole of last year, whole of 2024. And I think she really surprised herself with her results in Idre at the last World Cup. And she's got an open mind, she was saying, coming into this World Championship. She doesn't really know how she's going to perform again, but she must be feeling good after the results in Idre.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's good for her that it's so technical today. If you're not on, well, maybe she's on 95% physically, so you can hide quite a lot of it in this middle section. We know from the last section that, of course, when you go into the uphills and everything, then yeah, it's quite obvious if you're in good shape or not. It's interesting to follow. You mentioned Sanna Fast before. I'm not very surprised that she's very good in the beginning of the course, because this is kind of the orienteering she's very good at. But it's a good start. Not everyone has gotten those first controls in a good way. Now she's gonna enter this middle section as Hanna Lundberg and Marika Teini. Can see that she used the path to the west. The others didn't do that. This middle section here, the middle part between 3 and 4, it's very, very open. It's good visibility. You can see very far. So I don't know if you need the path there. You have to climb a bit more if you do so. But of course, you never know really on beforehand in this kind of terrain.
No, you have to take the gamble, don't you? It's taking
Kind
a
of.
risk.
I mean, you can see it when you approach control 3. You can take a look to the right and see how the visibility, how the runnability is. So it's not only a gamble, but if you have to plan those chances and you have to take them when you get them.
Eveli Kasku just starting here. She's a former European silver medalist in the middle distance, about to begin her campaign. But Pia Ljungvik is listening. She is our new leader at the finish. Pia, looks like a great race for you. How was it?
Yeah, it was. I was very nervous, so I've stopped a lot and I've had some small mistakes the whole way, but I managed to decrease them from yesterday, so I'm happy about that.
Are you more talking about hesitations or real mistakes? Because if you look at the GPS, it's hard to see really, I mean, no bigger mistakes.
Yeah, I guess when you're in the forest, you all the way feel like you run on the other side of the tree and on the other side of the the hill and everything. But I guess it wasn't too much.
And how do you try and cope with the nerves as well? How do you try and calm yourself down or focus again on the orienteering?
Well, I just try to believe in myself and be confident that the pace is good enough and that I have time to stop if I get unsure of where I am. So, but I guess it comes with time. So, yeah, it's hard when you first walk in the forest nerves.
Yeah, exactly. You gain all of that experience. And 3 very different parts to today's course. Was there one you think suited you really well?
Well, I guess the whole forest is quite similar. That's what I have grown up with in Oslo. So nothing too different from what I expected.
Well, great performance. Well done in the new leading time.
Thank you.
Pia Ljungvik there with the new leading time, 38.31. This is Therese Roturier into this control, into 5th at the moment. The Czech athlete lives in Finland, in Jyväskylä. And here is Maria Lausen from Norway. She and Camilla Stava both kind of injured for the World Cup in Idre, decided not to run there, so we'll see what her form is like. She's got 4 World Champs medals, all of those in the forest relay, 2 World Cup medals, both bronze in the forest as well, but she was 3rd in the middle distance in Kuopio. That World Cup final, she took a 3rd and a 4th place, so you can tell she really has had good previous experiences in this terrain, and that counts for a lot when you're standing on that start line, and you need a bit of confidence there as well.
And here we have the answer on the question how good Sanna Fast manages to switch kind of the technique from this first part to the second one. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good performance. Looks rock solid when you look at the execution between 4, 5 and 6.
So Grace Malloy here, the Brit, into the finish. Going to go into 4th place, I think, here at the finish. Now lives in Sweden. Stable performance, I think, here from Grace. Crosses the line into 4th place. So the Scot there, 41.12 for Grace Malloy. 4th at the finish. And from one Brit to another, here is Megan Mitchell, formerly Megan Carter-Davis, just going a little bit quicker than her teammate at control number 9. The Welsh athlete, former sprint world champion. Just choosing her route choice there. And we go back to the start. This is Natalia Gempeler, the defending silver medalist here, but not had the best start to her season for me. I think she really struggled in Idre.
Just about to say it. Not only in Idre, I think in many of the races early in the season, she had problems in the execution at one point. Also the big relays, not as good as we know her, but at the same time it's World Championships. When we talk about World Championships, she's always around, good for a medal. And she's proven yesterday that she is in good shape, that she can orienteer here. And in good shape and good orienteering mood is also Sanna Fast on the way to the first TV split. And I would be surprised if that would be a new best time, actually. Without knowing anything, just seeing her execution.
Yeah, Sanna Fast. And is that?
It's on the way to the 8th control now.
But is that Marika Taney that she's caught up?
It is. There was also Elsa Kuse in between. She's also overtaken. But yeah, Taney 2 minutes ahead of Sanna Fast at the start. See, she's cutting the corner here, then the control just straight forward, a bit to the left. Very, very good execution here. And taking the climb at the very beginning.
My start list is wrong, that's why I'm getting really confused.
Yeah, they did some last minute changes on the start list.
So we can just ignore the start list. Andrine Benjaminsen next to start. From Norway, European bronze medalist, and she's got 5 World Cup bronze medals, 3 World Cup silvers. She is always a silver and the bronze medalist. Sorry, let's see Sanna Fast through here at this point. 49 seconds quicker than Hannah Lundberg and Marika Taney into 4th.
You can see that Marika Taney a bit better prepared for this one. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, she isn't. She just wants to get away from Sanna Fast. And they're really taking their time over making this route choice. They know it's important and crucial.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the only real route choice here. On all the others, straight is an option. Here, straight isn't an option because you have the out of bounds area.
Oh, and Hannah Lundberg, she now's got, wow, that's a 2:21 lead. Okay, I know we saw a small mistake for the others, the 2 previous leaders going into this control, but that's a big lead for Hannah Lundberg here.
But she is a minute behind at the first TV control.
Yep, Alexander Hornick also into 2nd place. She's just got to try and stick with the Swede now. Let's have a look.
Sara Hagström, that was not a good route out of control too.
Oh, you can see she's really not in control there at all.
I wonder what happened there. She's really bad direction out from the control. It's hard to explain actually because she's almost climbing out from the valley up to the spur.
So strange.
So bad. She must have relied 100% on direction, but had wrong direction out from the control. Then she got into this, again, in the greenest bit of the whole forest on the way to the 3rd control.
So Simona Absold, the European champion, as you can see there, beginning her race. She's, again, one of the big favourites. I was talking about a lot in the spring about struggling to find her speed in the terrain, but managed to get that all under control by the time the World Cup started in Idre, with 2 silver medals there. And that kind of, for me, showed her and Tove Alexandersson as a class apart from the rest. So we'll wait and see her performance. There's only 1 more athlete left to start now. Lots of the spectators taking a look at maybe their phones, at the GPS tracking as well. Here's Ida Happala on her way to split control number 1. You can see she's following this flatter section towards control number 8, which is 1 to 4. the time check. So we follow her through.
But she
now.
started 2 minutes behind Sanna Fast, and Sanna Fast has been there quite a while ago.
Just looking to her right, maybe trying to pick up some of those rocks. Really close to the control itself now, just up around here. And do you think the forest will track up today?
Well, not really between the controls, but on the last meters towards the controls, I think you could get a bit of help. It's not in a way that you get quicker on, like, because you get, track up the vegetation. It's more that you get a bit of help direction into the controls. But I don't think it will matter so much today.
Venla Harju then, our last starter, taking a deep breath then at the start. She's a former long-distance European champion. She's got bronze medals in the World Champs and the European Champs at middle distance as well. And a lot of eyes on her as the last starter today on home soil. A lot of eyes, a lot of pressure, but she's a really experienced runner. She's been in these tricky situations with a lot of pressure before, and she's performed. She's got medals. So this largely Finnish crowd will be looking at her progress very, very closely. Sandra Grosberger here from Latvia into the finish. Going to be inside the top 10 at the moment. Okay, let's go back to the forest. This is Tove Alexandersson, and she's on her way to split control number 1. The control before it just around underneath here. Here she goes.
Following the GPS a bit. It was quite okay. I think it will be tight though between her and Sanna Fast. She's going a bit to the left here, so further away from the control.
Yeah, she's trying to find a good part to actually do that climb. There's 2 small sections of climb you have to do from this control to the next one. So we will wait here very soon. This is Ida Haapala. This is a replay, and she is going to go through here just into 5th place. 2 minutes and 10 seconds slower than Sanna Fast. And then we will cut back to that control again. Well, Tove Alexandersson. Here she comes. This is the 9th control.
And I can tell you it's very, very tight between Alexandersson and Fast. The time gap 6 seconds.
Ooh, just 6 seconds here.
The triple Swedish leads at control 9 at the first TV control right now.
So you said you tell me again about what you were looking at Tove Alexandersson's GPS tracking, were you?
Just the last, just from 4 to to this control basically, and it looked good, but it looked very good for Sanna Fast as well. So no bigger problems to this point. I haven't really checked the first 3 controls, but given the time here, I don't think she struggled too much.
Yes, those are the standings at control 9, with Tove Alexandersson just having gone through there. Quite a few athletes still to come though, so we will wait and see. We've got Olausson, Gempler, Benjaminsen, Abersold, Harju still to come. Here is Elina Nigli from Switzerland. She will probably will be 6th place then for her at the finish in her first World Championships. The niece of Matthias and Simone Nigli. And here is Hannah Lundberg. Is she going to go and take a new leading time? She is. How much is it going to be by? She's fighting hard here, all the way to the line. She had an early start, and she's going to take a new lead. 35 2:43 for Hannah Lundberg, collapses across the line here. Well, will it be enough for a medal? Who knows? Hannah Lundberg into the new leading time, and Alexander Hornick there into second. Getting a little bit of a toe off the Swede. Yeah, and now she's got to wait. She's got to wait. She's used to that. She's had that experience before, waiting to see what the other runners do. We're a little bit further back in the course now. This is control number 12. Just trying to figure out who we're looking for. That just looks like Teresa Roturier.
And actually, Sanna Fast a bit high up the slope to control 11 now.
So she's gone into 5th place here. There you can see 2:43 down on that very quick time of Hannah Lundberg.
Here we are behind Sanna Fast and Megan Mitchell. They were using the path. Well, I don't know if it was on purpose, but it could have done that more straight. It could have executed it better, in my opinion. They were climbing too much on this one. I would say that they lost about 20 seconds, 15 maybe.
Yeah, the two of them here now across to the next control where we get the split. But you can see the time ticking down now. It still looks good for Sanna Fast to set a new quickest time. There she goes, punching that control. 58 seconds ahead of Hannah Lundberg. Into the lead, Sweden 1 and 2, with Alexandersson on her way to this third and final part of the course, this hill where they are now. Marika Taney, so she was alongside Sanna Fast, wasn't she? She'd been caught by Sanna Fast, so she's been dropped now.
Yeah, she's behind now.
Yep. So Taney being dropped here in this home soil. Okay, let's check out the routes here, and we're live with Simona Abersold, who's just a couple of steps behind Alexandersson.
I think she was a bit ahead at control 2 actually. Took the GPS split there, but very similar speed on in this first part. Now it's going to be interesting if even Abersold manages to switch in her technique and adapt to this detailed part, middle section. You can see that Alexandersson, she was climbing up the hill there, straight up. Abersold maybe a bit more to the left. Sanna Fast, she's really going between, there's a terrace here, and then she can go between this small hill and the bigger one.
Yeah, Alexandersson clearly doesn't care about the climb. She's just going to go to the top of the hill straight. Abersold does care about the climb a little bit more.
I mean, in the end, they do almost the same amount of climbing there.
To be fair, they do, because it's only a 4 mind contour difference.
You can see that it's this part. Actually, I think that Sanna Fast is a bit quicker than the others because, well, she's not doing the climbing. And then you have this fallen tree. You can see really that there are many fallen trees because Abersold is really avoiding it.
Yeah, so she's got to be careful to keep on the line. And Hannah Lundberg is here, our new leader at the finish. Hannah, how was your run?
I think it was quite good. Of course, it's a bit of hesitating sometimes, but yeah, I focused on the one control after the other, and I think I finished it really, really good.
Yesterday, when you talked to the Swedish Federation in the interview, you said that you were a bit rusty still after the competition break you had. How did it feel today?
a bit better, but of course you still need to be very, very focused. But I mean, it's a World Championships and it's a lot of thoughts and feelings, so you always need to be concentrated. So I don't think that was a problem today.
How was the middle section in particular, and the visibility, all the rocks on the map there?
Yeah, it was tricky, but I think when we looked at the map in the preparations at the old map, we saw that this would be the really tricky part. So I think we was really prepared for that, and I was really taking the control over the map all the time there.
So what will you do now? Will you try and keep a lot of idea on the results, or will you try and do some recovery? Will you keep an eye on the results now?
I don't think I dare look at the results. I think I just go like this and try to eat and recover for tomorrow, and then we will see what happens.
Exactly. Well, congrats on your run so far. The new leading time at the finish.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, let's take Sara Hagström into this control, and she's going to be, yes, just about in the top 10. And the damage for her was done to control number 3. She just had a really weird exit direction out of number 2. She went to the marshy green semi-open section. It was very, very strange. Anyway, Tove Alexandersson, what has she been able to do on this second part of the course? Because she is on her way to split control number 2. She's on her way to control number 12.
And that looked much better to 11. Good exit also from 11 to 12. Would not be surprised if she's in a lead now.
Here's Ida Happala into 4th place for her. You can see Sanna Fast is the current leader at this point, but Tove Alexandersson is here really, really soon. She should be here. Okay, that's Teresa Roturier. We're looking for Sanna Fast. Very soon, because she's going to take a new leading time ahead of Hannah Lundberg. Teresa Roturier first, going to go into 5th place here at the finish, 40.54. But as you can see from the graphic there, we are waiting for Sanna Fast as well. There's the Czech athlete. I think better performance than her ones in Idre. That was Tove Alexandersson, and she went into the lead by 58 seconds at that point. So ahead of Sanna Fast by a considerable margin. So at the arena, lots and lots of different flags, different supporters from different countries waiting to see. But we look at the edge of the forest, waiting for another Swede. We're waiting for Sanna Fast. She should be here really soon. Here she is. And it looks like she's managed to put together a really good performance here. Punches that final control and speeds towards the finish line. Sanna Fast will be our new leader at the finish by nearly a minute and a half, 34.19. A new leader here, and it wasn't the commentator's curse today. We were talking about would she be able to get through this without any mistakes.
We were careful enough to phrase it in a way that
clearly.
we wouldn't be hit by the commentator's curse. No, very, very good performance. A bit of hesitation around 11-12. Might have cost her about half a minute, but overall seen, I mean, it was a difficult course. It was good executed in many, many parts of it. I feel quite comfortable to say that this is good enough for a medal today.
Okay, that's strong words there. This is Olausson into 10th. Whoa, yes, and we just keep seeing runners through here having some problems. Here's Marika Taney. She was caught by Sanna Fast and dropped again. Will she go into 3rd place though at the finish? Working hard here on this last section of the race. Marika Taney, former middle medalist, into 3rd here. 3:11 off the pace. So we should have Tove Alexandersson into the finish in the next 3-4 minutes or so. And we'll see, she should be doing well enough to take a new lead. Here's Kirmula. Kirmula into this 9th control. So after this middle tricky section, lots of small contour details, she's 2.5 minutes behind that time of Alexandersson. In 6th place there. But if you think about the time behind Sanna Fast, Hanna Lundberg as well, then who are already at the finish, she just needs to be a lot closer.
And now we are behind Tove Alexandersson on the way to the second to last control. And still looks very good. She has to do this climb, but then drop to this path. And then, well, she is almost at the finish.
Yeah, she's on her way to that 15th control. Just pausing slightly here. There's a lot of these different ridges you have to go, and then it's hard to know exactly where you are on this path here. She takes the path for a few steps.
Yeah, but
a lot of steps.
Yeah, unless if she's not doing a mistake.
Yeah,
here,
she's perfect because she's come off the end of the hill.
Yeah, she waited it out, played it safely here. She'll be here any second at this control. The second to last one, I think it's Elsa Kuse first. No, didn't see her.
And 1 minute and 1 second ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be number 22. 22.
Yes, because look at Abersold on the way into 4.
Big hesitation.
Mistake
Not
here.
only here, already approaching like in the first part, she was on the left side of the red line. Then going to the right side, you could see that she's not confident in her technique and direction. This is Benjaminsen.
And we saw her on the tracking compared to Fast and Lundberg as well, and she was just behind at that point as well. So she's gone through there into 4th, 19:23, but she's more than 30 seconds behind Hanna Lundberg at this point. Oh my gosh, could it be Sweden 1, 2, 3?
It could be, yeah.
Have we had that before? I don't know, that's a question that I think is maybe
ask me that kind of
too hard
question.
to answer. Yeah. Someone will have the stats.
Well, I
at
mean, we
home.
still have Andrine Benjaminsen. She is about, what is it, 40 seconds behind Hanna Lundberg at the first TV control. So maybe she could get in between there.
Yeah,
now we should get Alexandersson to the finish at any second.
We're waiting for
Here
her
she is.
now. Here she comes. And Tove Alexandersson is on her way to the finish. And such is her lead that we can pretty much hang the gold medal around her neck. WOC gold medal number 22 for Tove Alexandersson. It's looking good for her around the whole course. Does the traditional Tove dive across the line. And with the fortunes of the rest of the field, I think that is going to be really good for world title number 22 for Tove Alexandersson. Ida Happala into 5th here at the finish. And as we see Tove Alexandersson just delving into her map there, we have Sanna Fast here ready for an interview in 2nd place then at the moment. And Sanna, I mean, what a great performance and a big improvement on your fares at the World Cup in Niger as well. You must be, are you really happy with your race? How was it?
Yeah, I'm super happy with my technical performance. I mean, I haven't had the highest speed today, but I think the most important thing was to do a technically clean race, and I managed to do that. So I'm, really satisfied with that.
How did you manage to reset after that World Cup 2 weeks ago and approach this maybe in a different way?
Yeah, I think I just had to really focus on the most important thing here, and that's to just stay when I have to stay and read the map really well. And yeah, I'm super happy that I managed to do that today.
Did you feel well prepared for the terrain and the course as well?
Yeah, I felt really prepared. So yeah, it felt so good to finally be out there after a lot of hours preparing for this.
And running through the forest, we heard in the men's class some people saying they felt like they were really having to fight all the way. They were quite hesitant, not very good flow. Some people saying they really managed to find the flow. What was it like for you?
Yeah, I think I really liked the terrain. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. So yeah, but it was still quite tricky, and like the visibility wasn't always super good. So you really had to use your compass all the way.
Yeah, and do you think you could be on for a medal then today?
We'll see about that.
Well, good luck for that, and thanks for talking to us. It looks great so far. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, into second place. It looks really good when you see our last starter here through control number 9. This is our first TV control. And Ben Lahayu 2 minutes down on Alexandersson at this point. If we remember, Sanna Fast and Hanna Lundberg were a lot closer to Alexandersson at that early stage. So Hayu, it's hard to say whether it's errors or speed or what at this early stage. Let's see Sara Hagström and in fact Eveli Karsaku here through. And in fact we will focus on Karsaku because she is the quicker athlete there into equal 4th place alongside Marika Taini for the Estonian. So catching up Sara Hagström. Good feedback for her there. So we may well have our winner at the finish. Who are we looking out for next? Who could challenge her? Those are the standings at Control 9. Everyone's been through that.
Well, if you ask me, I don't think anyone will challenge Tove at the finish.
What about the top 3?
I mean, we're still waiting for Andrine Benjaminsen. She's, 40 seconds behind, a bit less. 36, Hanna Lundberg, still open for her. Vendla Harju is about a minute behind. You can see them here, but then we had a mistake at, to control 7 by Harju, but that was before we had the gap at the TV control. And then, I mean, it's a race between the runners we have seen now in the picture. Abersold, she's a minute behind the medal. There are still 2 others in between, so it's going to be very, very tough for Abersold to get a medal today. But it's not totally impossible. It's a minute. It's halfway. Yeah, but the fact that we still have 2 other runners in between as well makes it difficult. And Hanna Lundberg didn't do such an obvious mistake either, so it's going to be tough for her.
Yeah, it is really going to be tough. Okay, we follow Maria Larsen from Norway into the control number 12. This is the second TV control. Into 6th place at the moment then, climbing up out of that control. Just ahead of Ida Happala. So at that point, it was Tove Alexandersson with the 58-second gap ahead of Sanna Fast. And then another minute back to Hanna Lundberg. That's how it looked at that section. Those 3 leaders, 3 Swedes in the lead at the moment. And we are live then with Venla Harju. She was our last starter, and this just shows you those differences there.
Yeah, you can see that basically it's between Benjaminsen and Lundberg for this last medal. And Benjaminsen, I would say it's still, the tail is a minute. Say it's still about those 30-35 seconds we had at the TV control. At control 9. And Benjaminsen, she is now on the way to control 11, so I guess that we are going to see her quite soon in the picture. the TV control then later at control 12. Here's Kirmula.
Kirmula.
She's just ahead of Benjaminsen, about half a minute maybe.
Okay, so you take the Swiss through here. And yeah, a few kind of mistakes in that, like 6th, 7th control for the athletes. Here's Paolo Gross into the finish. Going into 16th. Natalia Gempela just looking up the slope there, knows her direction of exit and goes 2nd quicker than Olausson, so into 6th place there. We should see Benjaminsen next to the next control. This is Eveli Karsaku then from Estonia, and she's on her way to the 15th control. We'll follow her progress through for a little bit. This control, lots of ups and downs. You've got to make sure you kind of are at the right place along the spur and along the path as well. Dropping through here, this is the path. And will she do what Alexandersson does? Yeah, pretty much. Come off the edge of this hill here. So you really know your route into the control. You know exactly where you've left the path there, which is a really, really big help to just going north into the control here as well.
Sara Hagström came into the picture. They were together at the previous control. They had different route choices to 15.
But Karsaku in 5th place currently. Podium spot is top 6, remember?
Just had the Benjaminsen at the TV control. The gap is now 37, more 47 seconds. She did a small mistake here. We have to replay. Small mistake to control 11, was about to do quite a big one, but got control over the situation just in time. Lost about 10 to 15 seconds there. Now it's of course even more difficult to get back into the fight for the medals.
So Benjaminsen just through there into 4th place, and the crucial thing is she's about 45 seconds, just over 45 seconds slower than Hannah Lundberg. So, and we didn't really see any mistakes from Hannah, so she's going to have to do a lot in order to get a medal, I think. Let's take another look at the tracking live with Venla Har. You can see she's taken that different route, but she is losing time, if anything, I think. Still yet to see Venla Harju and Simona Abersold to the 2nd TV split.
I mean, if you compare Tove Alexandersson to Hannah Lundberg on this last section, then Tove was about 35 seconds quicker, and Benjaminsen would need to be 45 seconds quicker. So it's not impossible, but it's a very, very hard task right now.
So coming up the slope here, Karsaku and Sara Hagström. And Karsaku's fighting for places here. She could get into 4th, into 5th. Her and Sara Hagström on these last stages. Hagström looking for a top 10 at the moment. So Karsaku into 4th, Hagström into 9th, and the leader at the finish, it could well be world champs number 22 for Tove Alexandersson, who is here now. And Tove, your GPS tracking looks really good, but we know it only shows part of the picture. Tell us a little bit about how your race was.
Yeah, it was a really good race. My biggest mistake was to the last control. So I missed the tracks there when I was so focused during the race, but to the last control I started to relax in the orienteering and just push physically, and then I missed the tracks. But otherwise I was just so focused on the orienteering to do it well the whole way and to run fast on the trails when it was possible, and otherwise just 100% focus on the orienteering. So yeah, it's a fantastic day.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you feel in control the whole way around? Did you feel like it was a fast one?
I wasn't thinking at that at all. I was just 100% 100% focused on one control at one time, and when I started to think about something else like the vessels or how fast I'm running, I just try to have the focus back on the orienteering. So yeah, I'm really satisfied with that. I managed that.
What was the visibility, the runnability like for you, for everybody watching at home? What was it like in the forest?
Oh, it was... I don't remember. I was just so focused on orienteering, and I think my physical shape is good, so I wasn't thinking so much about the runnability.
But what do you think? You were super well prepared for this course, for this terrain. Were all your preparations? It must have paid off so well.
Oh yeah, I'm really satisfied. The Swedish team have done a great job, and we have really worked together and pushed each other. So I'm just so happy for Sanna and Hanna and Sara as well, and the boys have also run great races. So it's a fantastic day for the team. So it really shows that we have done a good job together.
So you're only one world title. If you win this one, which it looks like you're going to, one to behind Simona Nigli's world record of 23 world titles. Do you think about those things?
Not so much. I'm not that interested in static. I'm just enjoying orienteering, and I'm focusing at one race at one time, and still I really enjoy to run orienteering and compete at this level. So of course I hope that it will come some more gold medals, but yeah, we will see.
Well done today. It's over. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Van der Hayu comes through here at Control 12, and it is the win for Tove today. It's pretty much going to be a Sweden top three, I'm pretty sure, with Benjaminsen, Abersold, Gempela, Hayu falling short at earlier controls. So Hayu into 10th there. Let's have a look. This is Olausson's mistake.
Yeah, she did a mistake. It might have been a bit of a track there towards the men's control, which was a bit more to the east. Didn't really climb enough, and then she came into the slope at the wrong way. A bit, I mean, you have to be very sure where you head down towards the slope there, otherwise, again, it's a risk that you do a mistake like this. Now we're waiting for Natalia Gempela. Not coming from really the right direction either.
No, Gempela here. Is she going to get into 4th spot? I think it does look good here for the Swiss for a 4th at the moment. 4 minutes behind Alexandersson. That's how good she was. A lead of over a minute for her. 4th place at the moment. Trying to get some feedback there. Here's Olausson, puts her hands to her head. That mistake there at control number 13, too much for her. And we have Benjaminsen here really shortly. We should see her at the finish in the next minute or so. Yeah, it was a beautiful forest out there. If you had the time to go and have a nice little look around, it was very nice.
And there you could see Sanna Fast getting aware of the fact that she's going to win a medal here, that she's going to win the silver medal here.
Absolutely. Here's Simona Abersold, and we follow her to split number 3. So on her way to control number 15, dropping down the slope. Here's the path, which we've seen lots of runners use. In fact, Abersold just leaving the path a little bit earlier than some of the others.
And then following it.
Following the edge of that hill. Don't expect her to have too many problems here.
And Benjaminsen should show up here. Here she is.
Yeah, here she is, but you can see that she is already behind the medals. Benjaminsen into 4th place. She's going to be in that hardest spot. Going to be just outside the medals for the Norwegian, but yeah, we saw mistakes. I think it was like 7th control for her. Too many mistakes there, and the Norwegian into 4th in the end. So Tove Alexandersson, Sanna Fast, Hanna Lundberg, Benjaminsen into 4th, Natalia Gempela then pushed down into 5th. We still have a Finn in the top 6. In fact, that's Marika Taini shared with Eveli Karsaku in the top 6 at the moment. We've still got Abersold. Here she is at 15th control. She got into 5th place there. So should push Marika Taini and Eveli Karsaku out of the top 6. and Venla Harju as well still to come. So 2 athletes out in the forest. Consolation for Andrina Benjaminsen. She was definitely one of the medal contenders. So super, super tricky. We will, all the athletes here, all the spectators there, listening to Tova Alexandersson, who is doing a little speech.
And you can't see that, but we can see, now you can see it.
Yeah.
The 3 Swedish girls here hugging each other.
They're going to be the top
silver
3.
and bronze for their team. Now they get to see the tree already on beforehand.
Yeah, I think they're having a briefing for the flowers.
I think they have to leave it back. That's what they are told here. In order they will get it on last day or something.
Or maybe sometimes they get awarded a tree and the whole point is that it's planted. We're going to find that out.
We're going to find out.
Yeah, we're going to ask someone. Okay, Abersold here. And she is going to be outside the medals today. A mistake to the 4th control cost Abersold. She had a brilliant start, but not the technical performance that she needed. She'll go again in the long distance tomorrow. She'll try and pick herself up because she really, of course, she wants a medal here. She's a defending world champion in the long. She's going to have to try and come back from that.
But it's a bit interesting because she's basically the only one of the favorites, of the big favorites, that really missed in this tricky part in the middle. I mean, we had a few mistakes from possible top 10 runners, but not as big as Abersold. I thought it would be much more difficult for a few runners to relocate once you start to do a mistake, but we haven't seen many
mistakes at all.
Not many big mistakes.
No.
Sometimes a bit off direction, but then about like mistakes 30 to 50 seconds or something like that. More actually towards control 11-12 on the last loop, which was
it's a surprise
unexpected for me.
Yeah, definitely. So Abersold on the floor, looking straight at the map. A sigh there, I think, for her, outside the medals today. And Venla Harju, here she is. She is the last starter. She's on for a top 10. She might not even get a top 10, Venla Harju. The last starter will have had lots of expectation on her after doing so well in that qualifier to win her heat and to be that last starter. Oh, and this, in fact, we've never seen this. This is the tricky bit about finding the path that cuts through, and lots of athletes have had struggles in this section to pick up the right track and cut through. It's such a small track, there's lots of fallen trees, there's lots of rocks, there's lots of
and it's also
bits.
the thing
It's
that
so hard.
it's hard to see the beginning of it.
Yes.
So it starts a few meters in the forest, just after, so you have to actually overlook the first 5 to 10 meters in order to see it in the terrain.
But where Matthias Kibert's lost his medal was going a little bit too far east and then kind of cutting round, taking 2 sides of the triangle, basically.
Yeah.
This is not a fun climb up to the arena here at the end of a middle distance race where you've been trying to push so hard. But we will follow Venla Harju through to the finish.
It's one for the top 10 for her, because there was only 1 second between her and Hornik.
And in fact, the Finns, the 3 Finnish women, very close here. And is she going to get in the top 10? Well, the Finnish crowd are going to want to help her out here. Will she be the same time as Hornik? No, just outside the top 10 for Venla Harju. And indeed, the Finns, Marika Taini gets 7th, Ida Happelen 9th, and Venla Harju 11th in the end. So tough. And so competitive in this women's race as well. Straight into looking at her map. Oh. And then we have it. So Venla Harju was our last starter, so we can get the results all confirmed and can see some very, very happy Swedes about to take up to the podium. Some applause in the crowd for Venla Harju as she goes and downloads, gets everything sorted, and those then are those final standings at the finish. 33.17 in the end for Tove Alexandersson, a minute ahead of Sanna Fast, another over a minute to Hanna Lundberg, and then another minute again to Andrina Benjaminsen. Really not tight at all. Simone Abersold then into fifth, just ahead of her teammate Natalia Gempler. 2 Finns in the top 10. Great to see Eveli Karsaku also in the top 10 from Estonia. And we have a few more of the Norwegians as well. So Siedke Laundry in the end ending up into 15th. We might have to track her down and find out whether she was indeed happy with that result, she said. And we see the results go further down now as well. Shout out to Lucy Dichikova, who was one of the WOC medalists, into the top 30 for Czechia in her first senior race. Let's have a look at the tracking then.
You can see that, well, the beginning wasn't a big problem for most of the runners, except then for Sara Högström, who went too much to the north, just out from Control 2, ending up in this green area. All of the top 5 taking the path to Control 3. Here, different options. I think it was good to run it, to execute it as Sanna Fast did, just staying below the hill, avoiding about a few meters climbing. Here, the hesitation and the problems for Abersold. We said it before, the only one that really struggled with this relocation part. We have seen mistakes from others, but she lost about 1.5 minutes here to Control 4. And at this point here, it was very close between Alexandersson and Fast. For me, it was up here. You can see that Sanna Fast actually climbed over this crack. It's actually possible to go up there. I was a bit surprised there as well when I was there. But here she stayed higher up the slope and then hesitated and dropped down, lost about 20 to 25 seconds. That was really, here it was decided. You can see that small hesitation there was at 11 as well for Benjaminsen. But it hasn't been really close in the end between the top 5. Benjaminsen and Abersold got quite close in the end as well, but didn't really matter because it was the fight for the 4th position. I think both of them would have wished for a medal.
That's the race progression then. Quite close between Alexandersson and Fast up to that first TV control. You can see Abersold's mistake in the purple there. That's where she really lost all of that time, but further time losses in that middle section as well. And Benjaminsen time losses all the way around. So I think we're going to have an interview.
I'm here with Tove Alexandersson. Congratulations on yet another World Championship, Tove. Do you remember how many gold medals you have now?
It's 22, I think. I think someone have told me, so 22.
You're exactly right. And how was your race today?
It was a good race. I was just really focused on the orienteering the whole time and was pushing when I was running on the trail. So my biggest mistake was to the last control. Maybe I was pushing a bit too much and I didn't see the crossing, so I did a little mistake there, but otherwise it was really good.
And you're not the only Swede going on the medal podium in a few minutes. It's also Sanna Fast and Hanna Lundberg. Why do you think the Swedes are doing so well today?
We have worked really hard to this championship and we have worked a lot together and really, we have done this together. So it's so fun that we are on the top and I have so much to thank also them and I'm just so happy to share this day together with Sanna and Hanna.
And it's not the only day here at the World Championships. Tomorrow there's the long distance in less than 24 hours. You're going home to prepare for that. What are your expectations for tomorrow?
It's a really hard week with a long distance in less than 24 hours, but I will do my best to recover and be as good as possible for tomorrow. So I hope it will be an exciting race.
And the legs feel all right for another gold medal tomorrow?
I don't know, for the moment they are really tired, but I hope that I can get them to recover to tomorrow.
You should enjoy this gold medal today. It's over. Thank you once again and congratulations.
Thank you.
So, world title number 22 for Tove Alexandersson, with another dominating performance. No obvious mistakes from her. She was super happy, super enjoying her orienteering. She just loves the forest.
And actually I take it as one of my tasks for tomorrow to look up how many races they had in order to get to this 22 or 23 gold medals.
I want to try and compare Simone Nigli and Tove Alexandersson.
It is an interesting question. Who has had more chances to get the medal?
And you know what? It's the thing is the discussions around who's the greatest orienteer of all time are going to continue, and that is what it should be, because people will say whatever about Simone Nigli, or the competition was more tough, or she won by a bigger margin. You know, there will be lots of stats you can bring out to like argue both ways.
And you could argue that, you know, it's more sprint, now it's more forest, or the forest competitions were more into the favor of one or the other. So it's
well, yeah. Have some chats at home. Try and make up your mind who is the greatest of all time. The GOAT, of course. But let's take this flower ceremony, because it is a bronze medal for Hannah Lundberg, a second bronze in a row after taking the same medal 2 years ago in Switzerland. Sanna Fast gets the silver. Her first World Champs medal. Her best individual performance to date. Rewarded with that after, overcoming really not great orienteering 2 weeks ago. That's what's so impressive, really, for me, to see her do that. But the queen of orienteering, she is still reigning. She is going to take another world title. She defends her world title. She is 22 times world champion. And she is so used to being on that top spot, on that podium. And now she's had so much success. It was like her celebrating Caroline Olsen's medal at the sprint walk last year. She's going to celebrate the success of her teammates as well, because that's kind of the stage she is at in her orienteering career right now.
And I mean, the interesting thing is as well that she said she is so well prepared and everything, but actually she was only focusing on orienteering for 3 months, because during the winter she was focusing on the ski mountaineering and not at all on orienteering compared to other ones. Maybe
but she always does that, whether it was ski orienteering beforehand. I know that says orienteering in it, but it's still different. The concepts and everything is different. She does other sports, and I think because she's doing that alternative training for those other sports, she is here again in good shape, not injured, and doing a great performance. Okay, we will be back then tomorrow for the long distance. We will be back in the same arena trying to crown 2 new world champions. We'll see you then.
See you then.